news is confirmed news. I released it. I signed it. Members of the Rivers State House of Assembly that were not cleared for the primaries. That primary is supposed to happen the 21st or so. Desmond was saying something like that. But I know that date has been moved now. Well, it happened like that for the Rivers State House of Assembly. Same happened for the House of Representatives. And now, Senate. Felix Obua cleared. Senatorial District, Rivers West. Awa Lunyeso cleared. Rivers East. Chief Barry Wara, Rivers East, Southeast, cleared. Osaro Saka E. Ebenezer, Rivers Southeast, cleared. So you have 4 of them cleared. Only 3 can emerge. Ojuka Eflagamakri, Rivers West, not cleared. Chief Dr. Tami Danagogo, not cleared. Jack Rich 10 TS, not cleared. Banigo Ipalibo, not cleared. So Ipalibo Banigo was Deputy Governor of Rivers State. She finished her term and got a Senate ticket. I've always said it that in this whole fight, she has tried to maintain neutrality. She has not come out to join in the press statements and all the drama up and down. She has not even spoken. So one cannot say that Wike dragged her and stuff, right? She stayed neutral. But I was surprised when she picked a return ticket, knowing the kind of politics that Wike plays. You can't be neutral with Wike. It's not possible. You're either in or you're out. You can't be on the fence with Wike. It's either you're with him or you're out. So he will require you to show that commitment. That's Wike's politics. Our dearly beloved doctor did not show the politics. She didn't play the politics. How was she going to return? A 7th senator has been cleared. Why has been not cleared? I don't want to say disqualified. Not cleared. How exactly? Or why did they not clear her? Is she not qualified to be a senator? Or maybe she has not paid party dues. Because she only just defected to the APC. And then another name that came to me as a surprise, because we've been hearing the rumors that Ojuka Flagamakri had left his position in the office of the NSA. Some say it's because of a fallout with Yeson Wike. So that's what some people say. I don't know. I haven't investigated it since. Although I did confirm last week, because when the news got really ripe, I'm like, oh, Kelly, you can just ask a question. So I confirmed last week that he had indeed resigned his position in the office of the NSA, but was yet to make it public. But hearing that he picked a senatorial form, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know this one, that Ojuka wanted to go to the Senate. So this would further confirm that very likely he resigned his role in the office of the NSA to pursue a senatorial ambition, because you can't occupy that and still have an ambition. So he had to resign, right? But losing the race would suggest to a large extent, in fact, make plausible that there is indeed a rift between himself and Yeson Wike. Now, don't forget, Ojuka Flagamakri came from the Amechi camp. In fact, they all came from the Amechi camp. In fact, they all came from the Odili camp. So from Odili, they started breaking out. But Amechi is where Yeson Wike came from. So they were all in the same camp. But when Amechi decided to go to the APC, Wike stayed back in the PDP at the time. That's how the falling out started. Ojuka stayed with Amechi. Ojuka was local government chairman when Amechi was governor of Rivers State. In fact, he was a 2-time local government chairman of Asarito local government area. So I know this, right? So, and that time, politics was a little different. So Ojuka only recently moved, I think in 2023, when we heard rumors that Amechi had given instruction to his men to support Atiku. Well, we heard that Ojuka decided to go the other way. So he went the other way. And when everything went the way they went, it was clear that Ojuka had not joined sides with Yeson Wike. As far as we know, he had not joined sides with Yeson Wike. So this would confirm that indeed there's some kind of scoin in their relationship right now. Ojuka, I didn't know that he had picked Senate form for the APC. But there you have it. Ojuka disqualified. Tami Denagogo, former secretary to the state government, disqualified. Jack Richtain, who wanted to be president, I used to say to myself, why not make attempts to be, let's say, I mean, because of how much money he has, you can't say he should come and do House of Assembly. So he thought of Senate. But for Jack Christian, I really do not think that he has a political clout. So he's just get weight. One could just leave on one side. If it was Tony Cole, I even would be thinking like maybe Tony Cole. But these guys are very rich. Businessmen. They made a lot of money. Oil, energy, power, and the rest of that. But for Jack Christian, a lot of people say, get the political weight, make it there one side. But he wanted to be president. He wanted to be president. And he lost in 2023. So, and then he's serving senator, not going back. She didn't even pass the screening. Well, I'm not surprised. Someone said to me she's just returned to London, where she came from. They brought her and made her deputy governor. So she should have just gone back quietly. Even now, people still say that she's made a lot of money as deputy governor. If it's impact she should have made a lot of impact as deputy governor. And then 4 years in the Senate. With all this fighting, she remained in the Senate. She was even head of a committee, I think a committee on education or something. So on health, one of those committees. She's even chairman of a committee in the Senate. All these fight and no fight, she has just kept a cool head and stayed on her lane and did her thing. It didn't work. It didn't work. Just come back, come meet your husband, return to the UK and live your life peacefully. It will always be recorded for you. 1-time senator, 2-time governorship, deputy governor of Rivers State. PC. Right? Okay, so we have a number of stories to read, so let's begin. I told you the channels to reach out. Let's begin. Read this morning. Daily Post. Nigeria's inflation rises to 15.69% in April 2026. Nigeria's inflation rate increased marginally in April 2026, rising to 15.69% from 15.38% recorded in March, according to the latest Consumer Price Index CPI report released by the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) on Friday. The data shows a 0.31 percentage point year-on-year increase, indicating that the general price level of goods and services remained higher compared to the previous month. However, the report also pointed to a slowdown in price increases on a month-on-month basis, suggesting a gradual easing in the pace of inflationary pressure. You mean in these months that we have seen the price of petrol spike the way it has spiked because of the war in Iran? I beg, next story. Vanguard newspaper. Amotekun launches forest operation to rescue 45 abducted Oyo pupils. Oyo State Security Network Agency, Amotekun Corps, has launched an intensive forest and community-wide operation following the abduction of dozens of pupils and a teacher during coordinated attacks on 3 schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State. Commandant of the Corps, Colonel Olayoju Olayinka, retired, confirmed that the Amotekun operatives are at the forefront of the ongoing rescue efforts, working in close coordination with local hunters, vigilantes, and other security agencies to track down the perpetrators and secure the victims' release. The operation comes after heavily armed men, disguised in military camouflage, stormed Baptist Nursery and Primary School, Community Grammar School, and LA Primary School on Friday morning, abducting no fewer than 45 pupils and a teacher. Amotekun in their response has intensified surveillance across forest and rural corridors in Orire and adjoining communities, areas often exploited by security elements as escape routes and hideouts. Local intelligence networks have also been activated to support the search missions. We also heard that the police command in the state has also deployed tactical and intelligence units, with authorities assuring residents that a coordinated manhunt is underway. The Cable. El-Rufai's son alleges ICPC blocked his father from seeing doctor receiving food from wife. Mohammed Bello, son of Nasiru El-Rufai, says operatives of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC) denied his father access to medical and family care at its detention facility on Friday. El-Rufai, who's been in the custody of the ICPC since February 19, over alleged financial impropriety during his tenure as governor of Kaduna State between 2015 and 2023. He was, however, granted temporary leave to attend his mother's funeral. In a statement on Saturday, Mohammed Bello accused the anti-graft agency of a serious attack on his father's basic rights. Our father, Malam Nasiru El-Rufai, is still being held at the ICPC. Today, May 15, 2026, we witnessed 2 distinct yet equally serious attacks on his basic rights. First, his personal doctor visited the ICPC at about 3 p.m. to discuss the results of medical tests recently conducted on our father. Officials at the agency blocked the doctor from seeing him, claiming that written permission from the ICPC chairman was required. Mohammed Bello said the move by ICPC operatives directly flouts a clear court order granting El-Rufai unrestricted access to his doctors. ICPC personnel turned her away. He said his father was also prevented from seeing his second wife, who brought him his evening meal. Personnel of the ICPC turned her away, saying they had orders not to permit food deliveries at 6:30 p.m. This arbitrary rule is no less offensive than blocking his right to medical care. Well, there you have it. NAFDAC raises an alert, warns Nigerians against counterfeit augmentin tablets in circulation. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, is alerting Nigerians on the circulation of counterfeit augmentin 625 milligram tablets in Nigeria. In a statement issued on Friday, the agency said the alert followed complaints received by GlaxoSmithKline (GSK), the genuine manufacturer of augmentin, over suspected fake versions of the product in circulation. According to NAFDAC, GSK confirmed the product was counterfeit by reviewing documentary evidence, photographs, and a video from social media. Although the product shared the same batch number as authentic stock previously supplied to Nigeria, it exhibited inconsistent manufacturing and expiry dates, indicating that it had been falsified. Providing details of the manufacturer's investigation, the agency said batch AC3N was originally produced in Worthing, United Kingdom, on August 23, 2023, and packed between September 19 and 2023, adding that no batch with the number AC3N was produced in September 2025. Okay, September 2025. And noting that the manufacturer and expiring dates on the suspected counterfeit samples September 2025 and September 2028, respectively, as they are inconsistent with GSK production records and cannot be attributed to a GSK-produced batch. NAFDAC says it also identified packaging level discrepancies, including textual errors and poor fin seal quality. The agency warns that counterfeit medicines remain a major threat to public health. APC clears Wike loyalists, denies 7 Senator Fubara-linked aspirants Senate ticket. So I already read this out to you, but I asked a question on this for Real Talk, right? How do you rate the APC screening processes so far? A Wike game at Governor Fubara's expense? So I'd like to hear what you think, really. All of them, the way they are screening them out. They're not even reaching the primary, they're screening them out. FG says Airbus has proposed establishment of maintenance hangar facilities in Nigeria. We'll read the story tomorrow. I'm sure it will still be relevant tomorrow. So let's move on. Premium Times, Nigeria police mourn 17 officers killed in terrorist attack on Army School. The Nigeria Police MPF has announced the death of 17 police officers following a terror attack on the Nigerian Army Special Forces School in Buniyadi in Juba local government area of Yobe State. It was disclosed in a statement issued on Saturday by police spokesperson Anthony Placid, a Deputy Commissioner of Police DCP. The Nigerian Army had issued a statement about the attack, saying another nearby military formation was also attacked. Sani Uba, spokesperson of Operation Hadikai, a joint task force in the northeast, said about 50 terrorists were killed in the attack that also claimed the lives of 2 soldiers. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack. However, security analysts suspected that Islamic State West Africa Province ISWAP was responsible. According to Mr. Placid's statements, the officers were undergoing specialized operational training at the military institution when terrorists launched a coordinated assault on the facility in the early hours of May 8. The police did not release the names of the officers killed. The officers who were undergoing specialized operational training at the institution lost their lives when terrorists launched a coordinated attack on the facility from multiple directions at about 1:15 hours. That will be 1 a.m., 1:15 a.m. The police added that several Nigerian Army personnel were also killed while repelling the attack. The IG, in his reaction, Olatunji Disu described the slain officers as courageous and dedicated personnel who demonstrated exceptional patriotism through their participation in advanced counterterrorism and tactical training programs. He conveyed condolences to the families of the deceased officers and assured them that the sacrifices of the fallen personnel would not be forgotten. All right, let's move on. Appeal Court upholds order stopping EFCC from prosecuting ex-governor Odili. The Court of Appeal in Port Harcourt has upheld a 2007 Rivers State High Court judgment restraining the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, from investigating the finances and public accounts of the Rivers State government. The court's judgment initially blocked the EFCC from probing and prosecuting former Rivers State Governor Peter Odili, who governed the state before 1999 and 2007. In the judgment delivered on Friday in an appeal marked CA-, a three-member panel of the appellant court held that the earlier decision remains valid and binding because it was never challenged on appeal. The appeal the panel made up of Justice Ugochukwu Ogaku, Isa Gafar and Zainab Abubakar ruled in the appeal filed by the EFCC against the Attorney General of Rivers State, the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, the Rivers State House of Assembly, its clerk, and former Rivers State Governor Peter Odili. Reading the lead judgment, Mr. Ogaku held that the anti-graft agency could not disregard the 2007 ruling nearly 2 decades after it was delivered. There was no appeal against the said judgment of the High Court of Rivers State. The judgment remains conclusive and binding, and the constitutional interpretation made therein, whether right or wrong, is accepted as correct and cannot be argued against since it was not challenged on appeal, the judge declared, according to a report by the Whistler newspaper. The dispute originated from a judgment delivered on 16 February 2007 by the Rivers State High Court, which held that only the Rivers State House of Assembly, the Accountant General and Auditor General of the state possess constitutional powers to scrutinize and exercise control over the state's finances and public records. The lower court relied on sections 120, 121, 122, 124, 125, 128 of the 1999 Constitution in reaching its decision. It ruled that those powers could not be shared with any other person, institution, or agency, and consequently restrained the EFCC from investigating the state's account. Would they go to the Supreme Court now, after 20 years? Boko Haram convict Kabiru Sokoto appeals 2013 life sentence for Catholic church bombing near Abuja. So this will be the second story I'll roll over for today. We'll read this tomorrow. It's an important story, so we'll read it. Daily Trust, Presidency admits military's error in 2024. Military's error in 2024 claim of ISIS commander's death. The presidency has acknowledged that the Nigerian military made an error in an earlier claim regarding the killing of top ISIS commander Abu Bilal al-Manuki. Daily Trust reported that 2 years ago, the defense headquarters listed al-Manuki among terrorists neutralized between January and March of 2024. Addressing journalists at Defense Headquarters in Abuja, the Director of Defense Media Operations, then Edward Buba, had described Manuki as head of one of the ISWAP provinces. According to Buba, Manuki, popularly known as Abubakar Menok, among his many criminal gang members, operated from Biningwari Forest in Kaduna State as well as the Abuja-Kaduna Highway. The former defense spokesman said the terror commander was killed in February 21, 2024, and so on and so forth. So the public had expressed shock over the coincidence, responding to the critics who questioned the credibility of the latest claim based on previous instances where insurgent leaders were wrongly declared dead. Presidential spokesman Bayo Danuga argued that intelligence gathering in counter-terrorism operations was often imperfect and subject to evolving realities. Well, that's not quite what the military commander that spoke on TV said. Onanuga said the latest operation was based on months of coordinated intelligence gathering and surveillance involving Nigerian and international security agencies. It is acknowledged within military and intelligence circles that al-Manuki's name had appeared among its list of suspected ISWA Boko Haram commanders reportedly killed in 2024 during operations around the Biningwari Forest axis in Kaduna State. However, security officials now clarify that the earlier listing was a case of mistaken identity, in the fog of sustained counter-insurgency operations. Sema further explained that intelligence authorities had since established that the Biningwari area was never part of al-Manuki's known operational territory, thereby discrediting the earlier assessment. Importantly, intelligence now confirms that Biningwari theater was never within al-Manuki's established operational sphere, which negates the accuracy of the earlier assessment. Defending the latest claim, Onanuga maintained that its security agencies were now 100% certain that the ISWAP commander had been neutralized following what he described as a highly coordinated, intelligence-driven mission. That's a summary to it. So let's move on. Njume names 42 students abducted in Borno school attack. Senator Mohammed Ali Njume, APC Borno South, claims that 42 pupils were abducted by Boko Haram insurgents at Musa Primary and Junior Secondary School, Askira-Oba, local government area of Borno State. Njume, who sympathized with the families of the victims, said he got the update from the school authority and community leaders on Saturday. Recall that the school was invaded by suspected Boko Haram ISWAP members in the early hours of Friday, with reports saying an unspecified number of children were abducted. One of the residents who pleaded anonymity said 20 school children were declared abducted during the early morning invasion. Security, can we put a toll here? Engineers, can we put a toll here? I can be making some money here. Side box, if they get what I mean. He revealed that residents were afraid that the insurgents might have taken the children to conscript them, which they described as a disaster to the entire community. As at the last count, 20 children are said to have been abducted from our school. Our fear is that the terrorists would conscript them if the security operatives did not rescue them. The Deputy Speaker of Borno State House of Assembly, Abdullahi Askira, confirmed the attack but declined comment on whether children were abducted. Let's move on. So that's what that story is about. So this story, I will read this story. I'll read this story when I come back, because we'll talk about it. Benga Daniel pulls out of APC race as supporters to boycott primaries. Senator representing Ogun East, Benga Daniel, has withdrawn from the All Progressives Congress APC senatorial primary scheduled for Monday, citing alleged plans to unleash violence on his supporters. Daniel, who is seeking re-election, has been embroiled in a political face-off with Ogun State Governor Dakpo Abiodun over the APC ticket for Ogun East. The rift between both camps intensified in recent weeks, with accusations and counter-accusations from loyalists of the two political leaders. In a statement released on Sunday by Bola Ahmed Tinubu Otumba Benga Daniel movement, Daniel directed his supporters to boycott the primary election over security concerns and alleged threats from agents of the state government. On this note, we have advised our principal, His Excellency Senator Otumba Benga Daniel, to distance himself from the senatorial party primary elections. We also hereby advise our supporters to stay away from the venues of the senatorial party primary election of Monday, May 18, 2026, for their own safety. Speaking with Daily Trust, Daniel's media aide, Steve Oliyide, confirmed that the former governor endorsed the decision to withdraw from the contest. Loans, not achievements. This one I'm rolling over till tomorrow. Article statement on the Tinubu administration and collecting loans. So that will be the fourth story. Nasarawa Speaker, 2 reps, Adamu's son, lose APC tickets. Nasarawa State House of Assembly Speaker, Danladi Jetao, 2 sitting House of Representatives members, and Mohammed Nurani Abdullahi Adamu, that son of former APC National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu, were among the high-profile aspirants defeated in the All Progressives Congress primaries held on May 16, 2026. Nasarawa State chapter of the APC declared winners in 4 of its 5 federal constituencies. At least they did not screen them out. At least they did not screen them out. At least they did not screen them out. Unlike our dearly beloved state, where somebody's side here would just be screening people out anyhow. The Sun newspaper, I was doing this calculation, I think that was on Wednesday. I think I was doing this calculation on Wednesday. INEC confirms all parties meeting membership register submission deadline. I was doing this calculation. I said by the dates of these political party primaries that they've given us, by the 3rd week or 3rd of May to 4th of May, they should have all submitted their register. Well, on Friday, INEC made this release. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has confirmed that 22 registered political parties have successfully beaten the deadline for the submission of membership register. The Electoral Umpire, in a statement by Mohammed Kudu Haruna, Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, noted that the registered political parties have complied with the Electoral Act 2026 through the deadline. The submission followed the extension granted by the Commission after political parties raised concerns during a meeting on Tuesday, March 24, 2026, regarding the timeline provided in the revised timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general election. The Commission is pleased to inform Nigerians and stakeholders in the electoral process that all registered parties submitted their registers as of May 8, 2026, 2 days before the extended deadline. While explaining further, the electoral umpire noted, following a meeting with political parties, the Commission, in a press statement issued on March 27, adjusted the deadline for the submission of party registers from April 21, 2026 to May 10, 2026 to align with the provisions of Section 74, Sub 4 of the Electoral Act 2026 and the actual dates fixed by political parties for their primaries. Political parties were accordingly allowed to conduct their primaries within the approved period from April 23, 2026 to May 30, 2026, while the register of party members were required to be submitted to the Commission not later than 21 days before the conduct of their respective primaries. INEC wishes to state that all registered political parties complied with the requirement within the extended time frame and will subject the submitted registers to the necessary verification processes in line with the law. The Commission remains committed to the conduct of free, fair, credible, and inclusive elections. So for now, we can say it's effectively closed because INEC will now have to do their own internal reviews, as it were. You cannot be doing your own review and the party is updating its register. It is closed. Anybody that has not moved, remain where you are. That's literally what this means. Okay, so we'll take a break now. When we come back, one story I still intend to read. When we get to the time to talk about it, I'll read the story and we'll make some sense of it. We have Mrs. Precious from Premium Privacy joining us at this time. Madam, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Port Harcourt people. Happy New Week.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Please tell us what you do at Premium Privacy.
Okay, so I hear that a lot of universities have released cutoff. I think JAMB also have.
Yes.
And a lot of persons still are not favored by the cutoff, even though it was reduced. Premium
Isn't it the same thing as last year, 150?
Okay, yeah, I think it is. So, and Premium Privacy were bringing good news for those persons who still were not favored by the cutoff.
Okay.
Now, we do A-level programs. These are programs that give students direct 200-level university admission to study in any university and any course of their choice without writing JAMB UTME. Now, what that means is whether or not you start for JAMB UTME exams this year, you can enroll for this program and you still have a chance of gaining admission into the university. And guess what? You're going to be starting from 200 level. So maybe you're listening to me, you didn't pass your JAMB or you didn't sit for JAMB and you want to go into the university. We'll provide better alternatives that can give you your direct admission into the university and, of course, any university and any course of your choice.
Okay, so let's talk about the programs that you do.
So now we do programs like IJMB, that is Interim Joint Matriculation Board, and IJMB has been there since 1979. We also do JUPEP, Joint University Preliminary Examination Board. JUPEP also have been there since 2014, 2015. These programs are run for one academic year, and they give you a direct 200 level university admission to study in any university and any course of your choice. Now, what that means is for those persons who start for JAMB UTME this year, your friends, and you're unable to hit the required point. Now you have your friends who may likely gain admission into the university this year because they are going to be passing their post-UTME also. And then you, maybe because you did not hit the point, you're not even eligible to sit for post-UTME. But guess what? Come next year, you're going to be meeting them in 200 level if you're doing these programs we're talking about. Because when they are going to 200 level next year, you also, through your A-level program, like IJMB and JUPEP, you're going to be meeting them in 200 level. That means you are graduating the same year. So you didn't really miss out on anything.
Okay. So your physical address and contact lines for people who may want to reach out to you.
Okay, our office at number 14 Railway Close behind Nightel, D-Line Garrison. Number 14 Railway Close behind Nightel, D-Line Garrison. Of course, you can call us on 0706 786 6444. 0706 786 6444, or you call 0703 263 4708, 0703 263 4708.
Okay. The authenticity of the programs, because some persons will be listening to you for the first time.
Yeah, waited at home for you to wait for JAMB UTM again next year so you can enroll. So you're doing the program for 1 year, and then by next year you're going to be in 200 levels. So these are better or right post TTME. You're just doing the program, and that is the IJMB and JPEP programs we're talking about now. These programs are what the certificate you get at the end of this program, that's what you're going to be using to apply for your JAMB direct entry.
Okay.
Now, one of the reasons why people do this program and still buy JAMB direct entry is because JAMB remains the only body that gives admission in Nigeria. Hence, this is also a JAMB admission program, because of course you need your JAMB registration number for you to be able to get into the university, for you to be active. If I do this program and I apply to JAMB direct entry, I'm starting from 200 level. Will I still do matric? Will I go for service and all of that? Of course, matriculation is for UTME and direct entry students, all freshers of that year. So whether you're a direct entry student or a UTME student or a fresher, the difference between you and a UTME student is that you're a fresher for 200 level. You're going to be starting from 200 level. Exactly.
Why do I still want to matriculate?
Some people want to have the pictures for memory's sake. So these programs were accredited by NUC. You can take it to any university. You can also use it to study abroad for those persons who also want to study abroad. I mean, there's no reason why somebody would not hop on this opportunity, because remember that in premium privacity, we're doing intensive learning. One of the reasons that makes A-level students stand out in the university is because of the scheme, how potent the scheme is, and how well they teach where you do the program. And that's what Premium Privacy have been known for the past 9 years. We try to make sure that we cover our scheme. Most of the times we go do twice before their final exams. We do workshops, seminars, practicals to equip the students for the university and all of that. So these are better alternative. And right now registration is ongoing. And of course, that we just started classes. So for persons who are interested, please grab this opportunity right now that registration is not on. Like Kelly will say, there's no deadline now. Yes, there's no deadline right now. So you just come and enroll for the program.
What are the requirements?
Basically, all you need to have is your O level of 5 credits, including Maths and English. And then you also need to have your NIN. Of course, almost everybody have NIN. And then you also need to have passport photograph. Make sure there are no discrepancies in your name. For those persons sitting for O level exams right now, you can still enroll. The program gives room for awaiting results. Okay. Yeah, you can enroll.
All right. Your contacts again.
So our office is at number 14 Railway Close behind Nitel. D-Line Garrison, number 14 Railway Close behind Nitel. D-Line Garrison. You can call us on 0703 263 4708. 0703 263 4708, or you call 0706 786 6444. 0706 786 6444. So Kelly, last week 2 people came to my office and they were talking about, someone told them that when you do these programs, they only take like 20 persons for admission.
Like they have a quota.
Something of that sort. And I was wondering, I asked them, they are 2 different, they came different days, different times. And I asked, do you stay in the same area? They said no. So I was wondering who gave them this impression. Now, that for JAMB direct entry, we don't have as much people rolling in for JAMB UTME for JAMB direct entry. So you stand a higher chance of gaining admission. That is one. Also, remember that these programs are of your choice. But then what makes it even sweeter is that Premium Privacity as an institution, we've decided to go extra for candidates who do the program in Premium Privacity, because we've decided to partner with fleets of universities. Okay. Now we're trying to make admission a lot easier for students who do the program in Premium Privacity. Now, this is to put it out there that if you're doing these programs or you have the mindset of doing this program, there's no such thing as that. So come and enroll for this program. You have a in fact, a wider chance of gaining admission into the university.
Right.
And we make it a lot easier for you. D-Line Garrison. Now you can call us on 0703 263 4708, 0703 263 4708, or you call 0706 786 6444, 0706 786 6444.
Mrs. Precious, thank you so much for
All right.
making the time to be here this morning. We'll return to the papers. In fact, we'll get our conversation on the way. Stay with us. It's Today 95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Okay, so we have Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, a Temple Chief, and a voice for Apara Kingdom. Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Rivers people. Good morning, those in diaspora. Good morning for always listening to Today FM. Thank you for the privilege of bringing us to this place.
Dr. Paul Wala, Associate Professor, Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. Prof, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
So my first interest this morning, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe is our in-house analyst. When he gets into the studio, we have greeted him, so we'll move on from there. First interest this morning, with INEC announcing that all parties have submitted their register, the room to move from Party A to Party B is effectively closed, yeah? Dr. Wala?
Yes, it has been closed. I think last time we did say that at the moment the registrars are moved to INEC, there will be no room again for defection or counter-defection. So we'll now wait and see what is the next action.
The next action should be everybody remain where you are now.
That is it. So
wait, I know that Jamala is somewhere around. Because he had a theory last week that in one instance he had said once the register is submitted, nothing can happen again.
Mm-hmm.
When reality started shifting, now said, well, when the register is submitted, the parties could update their register. I'm like, why are you shifting? I asked him that because I think that was last week Monday.
Immediately.
No, what it means is APC ordinary from calculation should have been the first to submit their register. In fact, they had even told us that they had submitted their register. But we started seeing people resign from the APC to join another party. And then people also defecting from other parties to join the APC.
Which means
within the same period.
There was no time frame now that such a defection room should have ended.
But INEC had stayed silent. You know, our conversation last week was based on the fact that INEC was silent. So I kept asking the question. For instance, ADC said they had submitted their register April 29. ADC claimed they had submitted their register April 29. So those that were leaving the ADC stood the possibility of, you know, having something pinch them eventually in the future. All of these things will be maybe tested in the court of law. We don't know yet.
Yeah,
but INEC stayed silent. INEC has now come out to say all the parties have submitted their register, which was pretty much suggest to me because they say it's now they want to begin their own internal review. So INEC will not be doing internal review, and you will now come back and say you want to update that same register that they're doing review. The window should be shut now.
That's my own thought as well, that having submitted, INEC haven't stated that they have received all the registers of the political parties. So for now, I think the window should have closed, pending when they will finish their review and maybe further instructions may be given.
That'll be till the next election.
Good.
Mr. Chimene.
Kelly, I read on different, I read on Punch, because I had an interview with them, that was last week. And from one of what I heard from the from one of the gatekeepers in Punch. He told me confidently that I think for now the window has closed. And if these things are coming up, of course, there are a lot of these things are coming up. Anything can happen. People may decide, power is just something that if you have the power, you can always, after all, INEC was appointed. And I think anything can happen. They could decide to review the register. Registration is still going on. As at most of the media stations are saying, please go and, for the, what they call it, PVC.
That's different now.
No, I'm just, what is in line. I'm just telling you what is still going on. People are still, there was a time INEC had to close. You remember, sometime in the February.
They just reopened it.
That's what I'm saying. So, if
that's
I think these things are subject to
the CVR
review.
exercise.
Yes. These things are subject, but for now, I think it will be till next year. Because from what the man told me, he said, from what they had, interview they had with INEC, one of the person who decided to grant them interview on a case of anonymity, said, for now they have submitted. And I was saying, what about the governors who may be screened out? He said, River State. I said, I don't know. Some of them who may not have lifeline, where would they go to? And what will happen to them? So he said, he is not aspiring for anything. But some of them will not. Some may have collected their form clandestinely. I say there is no way somebody will go and buy a form that has to do with governorship in one of the party and decide to make it clandestine. So for me, I think for now it has closed. If there will be window of opportunity, maybe that will be influence from the executive. But for now, we may want to quietly and say, look, INEC review. But for now, I think the window, everything, some of the party, I think APC has just submitted theirs. So I don't know if there may be review, but for now there is a closure, and I don't think there will be any review.
So if we were to hear somebody defecting to another political party right now,
he won't contest.
The question would likely be, would he contest?
He will not contest.
Because if somebody comes out tomorrow to announce that I'm in Party C, it would really just make it loud that I hold registration of Party B yes. and Party A.
That's double
registration, and that's a recipe for disqualification.
Disqualification. That is it.
Mr. Momo, good morning again.
Good morning.
We greeted you while you were out stretching your legs.
Morning, sir.
So we now have confirmation from INEC that all parties, 22 of them, have submitted their register.
Okay.
Has it effectively shut any window of defections?
No, but shut the window of contesting in another political party.
Okay.
You can still go to the sites of APC, the NDC, and all of that to register as a member.
Okay.
But to be able to contest an election for 2027, that window has been shut. But I can decide to leave the APC today, resign my membership. But wherever that I'm going to, I can no longer contest to say I am contesting for particular. No. That is short because of the number of days to that election given by the Electoral Act. I can no longer participate in terms of contesting an election, but I can change my membership of any political party. I can decide to withdraw.
No, I feel like there may even be a trap there. But before we get them, Mr. Ndekwe.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
INEC announces, confirms all parties have submitted their digital register.
Yeah. It says contesting. For instance, whether you're contesting in a party or defecting to another party and contesting, that's as much as they can do. But the normal defection continues. One could decide that, for instance, one is in SDP and wants to go to APC or go to another party like that. I think that one is not sealed, and I doubt if it will ever be sealed. But I think that window is sealed.
Kelly, there is also a K-leg, because I've not been able to be so abreast with the Electoral Act. But I think from what I have heard from superior opinion and argument is that even if you want to defect from that party to another party, you must be very, very careful because of double registration.
That's the question I want. That's the question I was going to ask.
Because the registers are already before
if the registers are already with INEC, right? like last week, I think last week when I asked the same question, or 2 weeks ago I asked the same question, the response I got was, it's the receiving party that benefits. But the party that you left would raise a case against you.
Against the person.
Because, see, you were a member of our party. We have taken the register and we submitted it to INEC. INEC is just announcing now, doesn't mean. It doesn't mean that all the parties submitted at the same time. Some parties may have submitted earlier, some parties submitted later. So, if for instance, I say, they submitted a register, I want to join the ADC today. I joined the ADC today. If I'm not mindful in ensuring that my registration of the previous party has been erased, if they don't erase it from their side and I join this new party,
problem.
they could provide to say, see,
No.
you don't think that could be a problem?
No, let's get it clear. The only way you can sue me and disqualify me is if I hold a position. You cannot disqualify me as a Nigerian who do not contest any election, who only wants to go and vote. That does not stop me, or that cannot hold me of where I would have to exercise my voting power. The only place, that's what I'm telling you, even for the sake of this argument, let's assume that all parties submitted at the same time.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
The only thing that can hold is that you cannot leave A and go to B now and contest election.
Okay.
That's just a simple thing. You cannot.
We have a commercial break. When we come back, we'll explore this further. We have a commercial break. When we come back, we'll explore this further. Please stay with us.
Unleash the power of the airways with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Ngowari joins us from Non's Luxury Homes. Good morning, madam. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Kindly tell us what you do at Non's and the offers for today.
Good morning, my country people. My name is Ngowari Allen Jack from Non's Luxury Homes Limited. We want to say a very big thank you for all our customers who subscribe to Non's Flourish Estate. We love you guys and we pray for plenty money for inside your pockets. Today we bring to your doorstep Non's Classic Estate, where they close to Okabik by Ahoda Road, Big Elele, for just 700,000 naira. Very, very cheap. That one are outright payment. This land are sharp land, are pure land. Now 50 by 100 meters. No land way far, my country people. For those who I went invest for this land today, so that I go day reach out tomorrow. North Classic Estate, Elele, for just 700,000 naira. If you buy 5 plots, we will summer you with half plot free. If you buy 10 plots in call, we will summer you again with 1 plot free. No darling at all for this land to make better thing no pass you by, my country people. Oh yeah, make una call us for 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. The second number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. Our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritali, Port Harcourt. Oh yeah, for those of you when one buy but money no complete, we there for una wella. And our installment payment for this particular plot estate be say now 350,000 naira. You go spread the balance for 3 months. You hear me so? 3 months. This land a very sharp land, and the money they very affordable for those of now when no get the complete money. Our office numbers again are 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414-6285. Our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igretali. Remember, say non-classic estate. Now, better investment for your family and for yourself. Now, land where when you come see, you go see say the land na dry land. And another thing again be say land no dey far. Land na assets. So now this is your time for you to come buy land from us and become a proud land owner. Una hear me so? I get another better estate now. When they call this one non-blossom estate. Now 5 minutes drive, Agwawure or Magwa, just 5 minutes drive from the airport roundabout. And you when they come from Alu, now 3 minutes drive. Oh boy, as the name they so now so the place they show himself. Oh, and this land now correct table land. Even as the rain they fall, if you can't see them, you will see say now correct table land. And another thing again be say now correct 50 by 100 meters with fantastic promo price of 1.5 million naira. North Blossom Estate. This one at Akanchawa, it dey hot like fire. Now 5 minutes drive from the airport roundabout. It get better good road network with well-designed layout for just 1.5 million naira. No way before you hear say all the land don't finish you. So making a sharply call our number again 0913 238 2724 0913 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. Our site inspections now every day from Mondays to Saturday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Come, make you come our office. We'll go show you the place. And you know they pay any shishi. Now free of charge to go see all this land when I don't call. North Blossom Estate, Omagwa. Outright payment now 1.5 million naira. One installment now 1.8 million naira. No bush entry, no community wahala, no matching grant. Just come and buy. Come and see and buy. Better news be say if you buy, you go build with immediate alacrity. Imagine say you dey pay 1 bedroom flat for 1.5 million naira. When if you own your own land for 1.5 million naira. So making that come buy and build. Oh boy, my country people, we dem come invest wisely for your future. Once you buy this land, we go give you 50 blocks. So 50 blocks now to support you so that you go start to dey build your house or any other business when you want to do for them. Remember, say land when you buy today, it they increase 2 times or 3 times. We have the last but not the least, one they call North Garden Estate Omagwa. It is one day for AP Junction Agwawure for 1.8 million naira outright payment. One installment now 2 million naira. The land they sharp, very sharp. Electricity even dey there. Street light don't enter. So making a come and see and buy. Now correct table land. Call us again for 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285. And once you pay, you deposit immediately, free of deed of conveyance. They come out just within 3 days. Your document don't come out 3 days, just within 3 days. I will go summer you with instant allocation with 50 blocks to start building. 3 days or now the document they come out to. And our company now correct. Our company not they waste time. As we they talk and as they happen. And when you come, you go see say the place they very sharp. Our site inspections they again now Mondays to Saturday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We be family real estate. And I make we get different land with different prices. And we take you like our own. Assurance cover you, my country people. Not they wait. They say they postpone. Thinking that maybe at the end of the day, you go buy. And at the end of the day, come our office. Come see say the land don't finish. Because we get just limited land. My country people, make you not buy you. And my own advice be say, you better say you save your money for land landed properties, and you see the reward tomorrow. We dey look forward to now coming to our office. Our estate again now. Non's Garden 1,000 naira. While Non's Blossom Estate, Agwawure, Omagwa, now 1.5 million naira.
All right. Those paying installment, how long do they have before they complete their payment?
Installment payment for people when they pay installment at 3 months. The LLA own the Non's Classic 700,000. If you don't get that money complete, you fit start with 350,000 naira. Why Non's Classic na 700,000, Non's Blossom na 1.5 million naira. Installment payment na 1.8. That installment payment you fit start with 1 million naira. Then you help you to stretch out for 3 months, 3 to 6 months. Why Non's Garden Estate Omagwa, this one na 1.8 million naira outright payment. Why the installment na 2 million naira.
All right, phone numbers before we go.
Our phone numbers again are 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. So making a hurry, we'll come quick so that we'll show you the place and are free of charge to go see the land. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ngowari from Non's Luxury Homes, for making the time to be here. News update next. Please stay with us.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Allied People's Movement APM has condemned the abduction of school children, a school principal, and the killing of an assistant head teacher during attacks by gunmen in Oyo State. In a statement issued on Sunday, the party described the attacks as barbaric, outrageous, and inhumane. The incident reportedly occurred on Friday at Baptist Nursery and Primary School, LA School and Community Grammar School, and all in Orire local government area. According to the party, the attackers invaded the schools where pupils were observing their morning devotion. The APM said the incident represents a serious threat to education, public safety, and the well-being of children in the state. It calls on security agencies to intensify rescue efforts in ensuring the safe return of the abducted children and their principal. It also urged authorities to strengthen security around schools and communities, especially during the ongoing political season. The APM stated that it stands in solidarity with the people of Oyo State and reaffirms its commitment to promote peace, unity, and democratic stability across the state. Controversial Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has alleged that the United States is showing growing interest in Nigeria's natural resources. Gumi made the remarks in a post shared on his official Facebook page, where he criticized Western countries and described them as predators seeking influence and control over developing nations. According to him, foreign involvement in Nigeria's affairs should be approached cautiously in order to protect the country's sovereignty and national interest. He argued that military operations involving foreign powers on Nigerian soil raise concerns about external influence. The cleric also referenced the political theory known as the Thucydides trap, which explains tensions that may arise when an emerging power challenges an established global power, suggesting that current global political development reflect increasing competition among world leaders. Gumi further criticized what he described as the dominance of financial interest and warmongering in global politics, warning that nations must remain vigilant in protecting their independence and strategic resources. Operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have uncovered a cache of military-grade ammunition concealed inside bags of cassava flakes, popularly known as gari, during an anti-narcotics operation. The agency also intercepted thousands of tramadol 225 milligram pills hidden inside a keg of red oil in a separate operation. The discoveries were disclosed in a statement posted on Sunday by NDLEA spokesman Femi Babafemi. According to the agency, officers frequently encounter other dangerous items while conducting searches for illicit drugs and narcotics. The NDLEA noted that such discoveries also pose serious threats to national security. Babafemi stated that the ammunition and tramadol were carefully concealed in an attempt to evade detection during transportation, adding that investigations were ongoing to identify those connected to the items and to determine their intended destinations. The agency reaffirmed its commitment to combating drug trafficking and other forms of organized criminal activities across the country. On the foreign scene, the United Arab Emirates has launched an investigation into the source of a drone strike that triggered a fire near the Baraka nuclear power plant in Abu Dhabi. In a statement issued on Sunday, the UAE Ministry of Defense said 3 drones entered the country from what it described as the western border direction. According to the ministry, security forces intercepted 2 of the drones before they reached their targets. Officials disclosed that a 3rd drone struck an electrical generator located outside the inner perimeter of the Baraka nuclear power plant, leading to a fire outbreak. Emergency teams were immediately deployed to contain the situation and secure the facility. Authorities confirmed that no injuries were recorded and there was no impact on radiological safety levels at the nuclear plant. The UAE government assured residents that the facility remains safe and operational despite the incident. The Ministry of Defense stated that investigations are ongoing to determine those responsible for the attack and the origin of the drones. Security agencies have also heightened surveillance around strategic installations across the country. And that's the news on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Hello, welcome to this live transforming online business education program on radio, where we share the latest information on the benefits of e-business. Raleigh Academy on Radio is a program with an ultimate goal to equip anyone in search of a genuine opportunity to create a new stream of income or add to their current stream or streams of income. Raleigh Academy is a reputable organization that offers educational services in online businesses and financial education. In today's episode of the program, we'll be looking at joining the automation revolution. And in the studio with me to answer all the questions is an e-trader and an online entrepreneur with Raleigh Academy. My guest was trained at the London Business School, the London School of Business and Finance, and the London Academy of Trading. He has certification in technical analysis from Cyprus. He has gathered over 12 years of hands-on experience in financial trading and technical analysis. This man has consistently organized several hours of webinars, seminars, workshops, coachings, all on trading and financial market analysis. I must say he's a master of his trade. And it's my pleasure to introduce my guest, Michael Akinwale. Michael, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much. It's a beautiful time to be on the studio today.
Now, we have a very interesting topic today, joining the automation revolution. But first, let's understand what the automation revolution is about.
Okay, let me take it from the top. You know, if you watch history very well, we started with what they call the Industrial Revolution, where men were using machines to actually for product production, and then we move to what we call the information revolution, and which is what we call the computer revolution. But now we are moving to what they call the automation revolution, in which businesses and production processes are now being fully automated. We're actually calling it now the intelligent automation, what we call artificial intelligence. Okay, it is actually a system that facilitates everyday tasks and remove human interference in every form from production. All right, or what we can say, the application of machines to perform tasks without any human being taking part. All right, and you see, it's no longer news now. For instance, we have cars that drive themselves.
Okay.
You know, I'm aware that Uber, for instance, has a taxi system that the cars actually don't have drivers in them. Then we also have, for instance, in Dubai. Dubai has the longest metro train system that has no driver. It's driverless. It's been running for over 10 years now without any problem. And then even these days, if you go on websites and you want to chat, most of the time you don't chat with human beings again. You are chatting what they call chat bots, artificial intelligence. And now we even have a website called ChatGPT, which is an open AI platform that can help you to solve any problem that you have when it comes to any information, any question you have. So basically, this automation system has come to stay, and I think it's the future when it comes to doing business online.
Michael, this is sounding very, very intriguing.
Yeah.
Why is it important to join the automation revolution?
Well, I think it's basically because history actually repeats itself. Let me say that again. History repeats itself. We have known from history, for instance, that every time there is a new revolution, a lot of millionaires are made. What do I mean? Every time technology is about to shift, millionaires are being made. For instance, it was during the Industrial Revolution that people like Henry Ford became billionaires. It was during the time of information revolution with the computers that people like Bill Gates became billionaires. As I'm talking to you now, we are moving into the automation revolution. A lot of millionaires and billionaires are about to be made. It's time for you to plug in, which actually means that most of our labor, as we go into the future, is going to be substituted by machines. All right? And you see, data has now shown that in the next few years, the global GDP from automation will grow by 1.2% annually. And that's a lot. That's about $1 trillion growth in annual GDP on automation.
Wow.
So everybody who is listening to me now, who is awake, who is aware, who understands history, needs to plug into the system now to see how they can use it to start changing their financial fortune.
Okay, so let's bring it home a bit. What are some of the businesses that Nigerians can engage in that can also be automated?
Okay, there are several businesses that Nigerians can do now that can be automated, and I'm going to be talking about the simple ones. So you don't have to be a computer guru, a computer wizard to do them. Very simple ones. Take scenario, we have what they call YouTube automation. Then we have a business like e-trading. We have a business like affiliate marketing. Now, because of time, let me quickly just break down these ones. Take YouTube automation as a case study. YouTube automation is actually a way in which you can create videos and manage videos in your YouTube channel without you personally appearing in any video. And what this does is that it allows you to earn money from your YouTube channel without your physical presence at all. And the bit of this business is that it's residual. Mainly you set it up, it starts generating money, and you can start earning as much as $5,000 monthly from this system, and it's 100% automated, which means you can be sleeping at home and it's making money for you. Secondly, let's look at dropshipping. Dropshipping is an order fulfillment method in e-commerce. It's like what we call automated e-commerce, where you can outsource inventory holding and order processing to a third party. So immediately you set up the system, everything is managed by other people. You don't do anything. All right? And so you're able to use technology to run this process in such a way that from anywhere you are, you can run it. And it's a very attractive business because you don't need much money to start. Because the product you are even selling, you don't have it. You don't own it. It's with somebody else. Are you getting me now? So it allows you to start this business very easily from anywhere in the world. Then let's go into e-trading. E-trading is the online buying and selling of financial instruments. All right? In a bid to make a profit. When we say financial instruments, we're looking at things like currencies, commodities, indices, and a lot of them. And for us to understand it very well, let me take a case study. Let's look at a commodity like gold. I think everybody should know what gold is. The same gold that actually people wear as jewelry. Yeah. This same gold is a commodity. And because it's a commodity, it is tradable. Anything that has a value is tradable. And that's why even money itself is tradable. Are you getting what I'm saying now? Okay. So let's take gold as a case study. Okay. The price of gold moved from $2,600 to $4,500 last year. Now, naturally, for anybody who is in the general market, you say the price of gold went up by $1,900.
Okay.
But for us in the digital space, that's 19,000 points movement in the price of gold. 19,000 points movement. Now imagine if you are trading at $1 per movement in the price of gold. That means last year alone, just from gold, you have made $19,000. And that decision, you could have gotten it just by talking to an artificial intelligence. That would have told you January last year, we expect the price of gold to go up, so buy gold. And guess what? You don't even need to talk to the software right now. We have softwares that you have set down automatically, they take that decisions for you. Now imagine if you are trading at $2 per movement of price of gold. Imagine if you are trading at $10 per movement in the price of gold. All right? So this year, 2026, actually promises to be a great year. Why? We have all the tools at our fingertips to actually make our bank begin to swell and to swell and to swell. So 2026 is going to be a great year.
Okay, Michael, I'm blown away already. How can a person start these businesses?
Okay, it's quite very simple. To start these businesses, I always recommend that people get the right training. When I say it's not even just training, that people get the right training on these businesses. All right? And not just about these businesses, how to automate these businesses so that you can move to the realm, where we're moving to in the future. All right? And that's why Academy is here. Okay. We have a specialized conference that we're organizing right now titled the E-Business Automation Conference. The E-Business Automation Conference. And at this conference, we're going to be training you, we're going to be informing you, and we're also going to educate you on the opportunities in all these businesses, all right? We're going to be looking at automation, in YouTube automation, we're looking at drop shipping, we're going to look at e-trading, we're going to look at affiliate marketing, and several other businesses that you can automate right now and start generating good income for yourself, all right? And then we're going to be putting in your hands the softwares that you need to automate these businesses. Because to automate a business, there are softwares that you will need. Are you getting what I'm saying now? So we're going to be giving you these softwares at this training, all right? Whether those softwares are fully automated, whether they are manual softwares, we're going to be helping you to start studying at this training. And I can tell you, it's a training you cannot afford to miss.
Now, this sounds like a power-packed training, Michael, if you ask me.
Yes.
How much does it cost to attend this e-business automation conference, and who can attend it?
Okay, let me start from the top about who can attend it. The truth of the matter is that anybody that is interested in generating income right now using the most recent computer technology can attend this training. Let me tell that again. Anybody who is interested in generating income right now using the latest computer technology should be at this training. And you don't have to be a computer guru. As long as you can use your phone, be at this training, and you can actually begin to generate side income while you are doing other things you are doing. And guess what? This conference is coming absolutely free to Nigerians. You pay nothing to attend this training. And you can be a businessman, an employee, an investor, retiree, you're a job seeker, you're a housewife. No matter how you are, even if you're a student, be at this training. Come and discover how you can actually begin to automate your businesses, how you can begin to generate new source of income for yourself, and it's absolutely free of charge.
So can you give us the dates, the venue, and the time of this conference, and how participants can register to attend?
The conference will take place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date is this week, Thursday 21, and Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026. Let me try again, Thursday 21 and Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026. And the time is going to be at 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. The venue of the event in the city of Port Harcourt is going to be at the Riley Academy Conference Center. The Riley Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road. Riley Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. To reserve your seat is very simple. Just send an SMS to your phone number and your seat will be reserved. To attend on day 1, which is Thursday, the 21st of May, 2026, send an SMS with the code PH1. That's PH for Port Harcourt and 1 for day 1. And to attend for day 2, which is Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026, send an SMS with the code PH2. That's PH for Port Harcourt and number 2 for day 2. So send the word PH1 or PH2 to this phone number 091 6466 0000. Let me type phone number again 091 6466 0000. Let me type phone number again 091 6466 0000. Let me type phone number again 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
What else would participants benefit at this training aside these other things?
Well, this training is already power packed, but we still have some extras. This Rally Academy culture. We have massive perks for you. Number one is that we're going to be giving out big cash prizes. When it comes to these businesses, you need some little capital to start. So for every participant at this event, we're going to be giving out as much to the tune of 1.5 million naira. Let me say that again. We're going to be giving to the tune of 1.5 million naira to participants at this event for them to start their businesses. Secondly is that artificial intelligence tools and softwares is going to be provided at this event for people to actually start these businesses immediately. All right? So it promises to be a very great event, and I can tell you cannot afford to miss it.
Tell us again the dates, venue, and time of the training, and how participants can register to attend.
The conference will take place for 2 days right here in the city of Port Harcourt. And the date is this week, Thursday 21, and Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026. Let me try that again, Thursday 21, and Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026. And the time is going to be at 10 a.m. prompt. 10 a.m. prompt. The venue of the event in the city of Port Harcourt is going to be at the Riley Academy Conference Center. The Riley Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road. Riley Academy Conference Center, second floor, City View Plaza, Room of Massive Market Junction, New Aba Road, right here in the city of Port Harcourt. To reserve your seat is very simple. Just send an SMS to your phone number, and your seat will be reserved. To attend on day 1, which is Thursday, the 21st of May, 2026, send an SMS with the code PH1. That's PH for Port Harcourt and 1 for day 1. And to attend for day 2, which is Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026, send an SMS with the code PH2. That's PH for Port Harcourt and number 2 for day 2. So send the word PH1 or PH2 to this phone number: 091 6466 0000. Let me that phone number again: 091 6466 0000. Let me that phone number again: 091 6466 0000. Let me that phone number again: 091 6466 0000. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Michael Akinwale, for coming on the program today.
Thank you so much.
It's been great having you share this great business insights with us today. Well, he almost said it all. There's a wealth revolution going on, and only people who can key in now can share success stories in the near future. Who do you want to be? An observer or someone who will have a success story to share in the future? Seize this opportunity and join the train. Bye for now.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Wake up to the ultimate mix. Today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let me introduce Living Gifton Jamala. He's a private legal practitioner. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, and good morning, Rivers people.
Okay, so before we get back to the issue that Mr. Momo was raising, INEC has announced that all 22 parties have successfully submitted their register.
Yes.
And I asked a question earlier, does it officially shut the windows for anyone looking to move?
Kelly, Section 77 of the Electoral Act, 456, if I'm not mistaken, and 7. If you look at that proviso that talks about that provision that talks about submission of register, we somehow suggest that defection is a little bit close because they have submitted their register.
Suggest.
Yes, suggest. Okay. Now, if you go through that provisions, you find out that the Electoral Act consistently made mention of primaries. Mm-hmm. Now, in the same Electoral Act, there are 2 approved ways of a candidate emerging. Consensus is part of it. Mm-hmm. Now, if I failed, like some persons have failed the screening in a political party and decide to move, and the party I move to decide to go by way of consensus, will I be barred from emerging? The answer is...
Consensus is also a primary.
What?
consensus is also a mood.
That's what I'm saying.
Via which parties choose their candidates.
Consensus is a mood of primaries.
Yes.
Now, the electoral, when I say section 7 of that, if your name is not found in the register, you will not be entitled to vote and be voted for.
Okay.
Now, some parties may decide to go by way of consensus. We have agreed to adopt XYZ as the candidate of so and so constituency. They may not necessarily go into counting of votes.
That's the consensus idea now.
Exactly. So if you look at that section very well, thinking wide, probing that provision, you will see that it is not yet uhuru for those who feel they can defect.
Uhuru means a good thing. No?
Yes, I know what I'm saying. If you look at 6 and 7, okay, I may have used uhuru in the negative context.
That's why I said what I said.
I may have used uhuru in the negative context. I apologize. So if you look at that, you see that there are still good timelines.
Are you giving them hope?
Yes, I say I'm thinking aloud. We are trained to probe. And so we are now probing section 77, 456. So if the law says primaries, direct.
Is consensus a mode of primaries?
Yes, it is. I'm coming now. It is. It is a mode of primaries done differently from direct and indirect. And so if you look at that, consensus requires no voting, right? Others require voting. And the law says it is only those whose names appear on the register that are entitled to vote and be voted for. So where voting is removed, it means any other person can actually emerge as a candidate of that political party.
Let's read. Let's go to the act. I read from the act, since we're educating people. Section 77. Let me read from 4.
From 4, yes.
Each political party shall make such register available to the Commission not later than 21 days before the date fixed for the party primaries, congresses, or convention. Only members whose names are contained in the register shall be eligible to vote and be voted for in party primaries, congresses, and conventions. Consensus is captured in party primaries.
Yes, it's a mode.
It's a mode of.
Let me read on. Let me read on, sir.
Yes.
I understand the diversion. It's a clever one, very clever. A political party shall not use any other register for party primaries, congresses, and convention except the register submitted to the Commission. Except the register submitted to the Commission. A party that fails to submit the membership register within the stipulated time shall not be eligible to field a candidate for that election. So now they say all 22 they submitted, they've met that. They've escaped sub 7, right? 77 sub 7. They've escaped that. But consensus or direct primaries are all contained in the concept of party primaries. And besides, you also know that for consensus, it is registered party members, the stakeholders in the party, that decides who emerges via consensus.
You are the one bringing that.
No, but that's a fact.
No, you are the one bringing. It's not stated there in the Electoral Act.
Okay, it's not stated in the Electoral Act. Tonyko gives us a hint that as a member of the APC, if they go for consensus candidates and he's shut out, he will drag them to court.
But that is what the law generally. Consensus means there should be no disagreement, no dissenting voice.
Okay, if a majority agree,
no, there's majority are agreeing. There's not consensus.
So all of them must agree.
Yes, the mind of all the political must come together.
The people agreeing, the minds that must meet, they must all be members of the APC. Yes.
No, not members. Those who are contesting that particular primary. Not anybody outside of it.
The people contesting a primary, are they not contesting on the platform of a political party?
Yes, now of course. Let's assume those of us in this room now. Even if majority of us say, let's step down for Mr. Ima, and you refuse, it's not majority. You go to primaries.
We're having a. This is this is elementary conversation.
Okay.
And I say elementary because the way they play it there is quite different. And I always like to take my mind to the way they play it there.
No.
Right?
Give an example.
Governor of Nasiru State, is he contesting to be governor?
No, he has gone second term.
But he has chosen a consensus candidate.
Or if others do not agree, they go for primaries.
No.
No, okay, let's use Surulere. No, let's use Surulere.
No, Surulere is too far. Surulere is too far. Ogun State. Dapo Abiodun and the stakeholders in the party chose Senator Adiola as the consensus candidate for the APC.
Choose. Yes.
You are saying all. They make it sound like it's all.
There are decision makers.
There are decision makers. Dapo Abiodun, when he announced it, said it clearly that we have chosen, he was the one speaking.
And if you go to court, don't you also think that I'm working against your party?
No,
you can't even take that to court right now.
No. When that announcement was made, all former governors, all of them were present. And are outside of Yai, no any other person who bought governorship for. No one. As at today.
At that time.
That's what I'm saying.
No, sorry. At that
they
time.
only said that is the person they adopted.
At that time.
But they didn't stop any other person from buying forms.
When they announced it, they hadn't even started the sale of forms.
No, they have started, but they have not bought for him.
Check the timeline.
No, they have not bought for him.
Mr. Momo, just check the timeline.
Okay. Now,
when they made the announcement of Senator Adiola as consensus candidate, they hadn't even announced the sale of forms.
Okay, but in Ibadan,
yes,
Sharafaddin. Yes, Sharafaddin. The stakeholders in Oyo State said they go for Sharafaddin. The minister who just resigned, Adelabu, said no. He doesn't agree, so they are going for primaries.
Have you heard now that he has been disqualified because of a Liberty protest? Liberty Center protest.
No,
have you heard?
He has been disqualified from where?
He has been disqualified from the party. He wasn't screened. You've not heard?
No, have they released the result?
Oh, go and check.
No, I don't know if they have released the result.
No, that's what she
got. No. I don't know if they have released the result.
The reason why I'm having this conversation is simple. You said it has to be only the contestants.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Whose signature they will sign, agree.
The reality on ground is different from what you are saying. No. It is the stakeholders in the party that decide who gets it. That's the consensus arrangement.
You read something today. I was on the road while you used the word when this Wasiu, this singer daughter in Surulere constituency, used the word succumb. You were laughing to what she said. The truth is, I agree here that there are party stakeholders who force other candidates or aspirants to step down for other people. But I'm saying that if there is one person who said, no, I won't, that is not consensus. They will go for primaries.
Let's not push. Let's not drag any further. So, do you agree now that consensus is part of primaries?
See, I have never
No, he didn't say
I have never said that consensus is not a mode of primaries.
But
the point of disagreement here between you and me
okay.
The point of disagreement now between you and me is the fact that while I hold the view that one demands counting of votes, the other does not need votes.
No vote to be counted.
Yes, no vote to be counted. But the Electoral Act is clear as to who has a right to vote and be voted for. And so where there is no voting, that provision of the Electoral Act is removed out of it. You cannot import what is not existing in the law.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
You have been asking, go ahead.
I know that this is something that you lawyers would like to explore, but let me stay on this part that is safe for me to make some assumptions, right? While we say in consensus there's no voting, isn't there some kind of voting going on? For instance, right? If we're 7 in the room, somebody has to count that 7 agreed, isn't it?
That is a procedure to arriving at that consensus.
Okay.
And most times, that is not a kind of voting. If there is any,
let me go back.
If there is any, that is not a kind of voting envisaged by the Act.
Okay, I think I should close this. Now by agreeing with you somewhat. You believe that there may be some ways
Yes.
that some candidates could still emerge
in another party,
even with the submission of their register.
Yes, that is my opinion.
That's your opinion. You believe so because the Electoral Act doesn't state explicitly on consensus as a mode of candidates emerging as against direct primaries.
Yes. Do you know why I hold this view? Now, there are certain things in why society grows. The law also evolves with it. Now, this provision, most of you now believe it is cast in stone, and therefore nothing can change. But we are trying to expound the jurisprudence of electoral laws in Nigeria. So by asking the court, rightly or wrongly, you can see someone who may want to ask a very foolish question. The essence is for a higher authority to either confirm or disagree the mindset that has been existing in the people. So if we challenge, if an avenue comes for us to challenge this procedure, the court will now give an interpretation. Whether consensus candidate also means voting. Who know?
That's why I'm agreeing with you. I'm letting it rest.
Don't say you agree with me somewhat.
No, I'm letting
Just say you agree with me on that.
No, I don't. I'm only letting it rest. I am letting it rest. Because if a lawyer makes this argument in court and a judge gives a voice to it, it would have been clearly interpreted, right? Yes. That's what you're saying. Let's not shut it down and assume that we know it all. So.
Thank you very much for allowing a dissenting voice. I know because I know others will hold a different opinion. That's why I brought this to our mind so we can go and explore.
No, I'm not exploring. I'm not exploring it. I know that it's dead on arrival, but since you insist on keeping it alive,
you're not authority on this to say it's dead on arrival.
I know Kelly, I know it's dead on arrival, but since you insist on keeping it on, I'm sure when you take the arguments to court, when you take the argument to court, in my mind it is dead on arrival. In my mind it is dead on arrival.
That's a hasty
I'm not a law court, but in my mind, it is dead on arrival.
Don't want it to be resurrected.
Let's move on. We were having a conversation there, but I want us to move on from there. So if anyone challenges, the questions we're having is if someone defects another party now, and that party does not correct its register, and so on and so forth, could it affect the person in the future? I think we're having that conversation. Maybe we'll wait and see what happens. We can't stay on this for a long time. So, EFCC appeal has been thrown out. The Court of Appeal upholds the decision of the lower court, barring the EFCC authority to investigate the accounts of Rivers State government. They said since the EFCC failed to appeal it for over 20 years, their right is completely lost. That perpetual injunction remains. Jamala.
Kelly, sincerely, the reasons adduced by the learned justices of the Supreme
the Court
of Appeal, that reason would have been adduced the time they came to apply for leave to appeal. For me, that is the way I thought. That reason would have been more justified, or at the point when the EFCC came to apply for the leave of court to appeal out of time.
Okay.
But haven't granted the leave
to appeal.
I think what they ought to do is to go to the merit of that appeal, which they failed to do, and relied on the time frame. Now, the law allows litigants or parties to seek leave of court to do something the time frame has been given to you, but you failed to do it. In some cases, not like in some provisions, like the election pre and post matters. When you're asked to do a particular thing, and that time elapses, you cannot extend it. Example, the number of days to file your petition, if it elapses by even 2 minutes, it is dead. But generally in civil proceedings, the law allows you to apply for leave, although subject to the discretionary powers of the court. Now, the court granted that application.
It still doesn't mean that what you've applied for you will get, isn't it?
I agree. No, I'm saying the reason given by the court in dismissing that appeal would have been more better and pronounced if that reason was adduced during the time of applying for extension. You want leave of court. You must show reasons why you failed within this number of days
to
apply for this application. Because if the law says like you have final judgment, you have 90 days within which to appeal, and you fail to do so, you must adduce reasons compelling enough for the court to agree with you that, oh, it was because of these reasons that you failed to do this. That was the point. The court ought to have made that decision. That the reasons you have adduced so far cannot justify the 20 years time frame that you woke up from your slumber to appeal. But they granted it. They asked them, okay, leave granted, go and appeal the matter. And the appeal is to hear the matter on the merit.
And yet they still.
And yet they went back to telling them it was because of the number of years you failed, and therefore you cannot validly question the merits, the principles of law or constitutional law espoused by the lower court. To me, I would disagree respectfully with that judgment.
I think this matter has lingered. It started during the time of Fatin Kodele. That was when that scale started. And I thought that we had some good lawyers who would have, EFCC lawyers, who would have gone to ensure that matter was quashed and to their own advantage. These are most of the lapses we have seen. And when matters like this there is a time bound for you to appeal. It's like what is going on in a community where I will not call now. They had the opportunity to have appealed for how many years, and they were dilly-dallying which lawyer will appear and which one will not appear, which one they will debrief. They were there. The matter came at a fruition, and of course, the other people came up and used. They had to execute the judgment. And as I speak to you, most people that have bought taking possessions are crying today, because there is no more time for appeal again. The room is no more there. So I think it's one of the demerits of this thing is that it gives room for injustices within the governance sector, particularly here in Rivers State. Secondly, it means that you can't even investigate any account. If there is need for EFCC or ICPC to do so, of course, this will jaundice them from. So for me, I think there should be room for, when you look at the 90 days, I think the EFCC lawyer, this is not the first time we're having such brief. When you go, most of them are being given this brief. Most of them too will be called, say, please appear for us, and they don't do thorough job in terms of research. So for me, I think the learned justices, they have done what is needful. They have been able to, this matter has been there from time immemorial. There was a time, in fact, during the Wike's administration, one would have thought that they would have contested it, but I think it was not. It was uncontested. And secondly, today and Amechi time too, so many governors have benefited, and including their agencies and privies. So for me, I think it's something that maybe other states will take suit. Say, please, let's just try it this way. Maybe we may, have advantage. So for me, I think it is one of the miscarriages of justices that will be embedded here in the state. Because one, if you have a state wherein there are financial misappropriation, how do you investigate? They will use, that's what I'm saying, they will. And even when the assembly comes up and you think matters like this will not come up, if EFCC want to do their normal investigation.
But you know that even by the natural jurisdiction that has been established by the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
If a state, if the state money is within the state, EFCC has no jurisdiction.
I know. That is it. The assembly.
It is only when they are moving the state money from the state to another state. Or that's from the state to out of the country that EFCC has jurisdiction.
That is what we've been seeing, and that is where we have seen a lot of things going on. You have a point, a valid point, But what we are saying is that, is it not what I've been going through? We have seen governors, we have seen looters moving, state governors moving money from one state to another. So it means that in that direction, it means that the EFCC hands will be tied.
And that's what it means.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
As long as it's Rivers State government.
Yes. So for me, I think, I don't know if they will file a motion for interpretation, but what are they interpreting again? It will end up being to the successes of, Rivers State government and its agencies. Because on the side of the EFCC, it lapses on their side. And it's a clear call for us to start to question who are the lawyers in EFCC. Over the years, we have seen that there are plethora of cases where matters of these kinds are handled with levity. So for me, I think it's not good for the ears. And it goes to show that there is this quest to ensure that injustices, matters of these kinds are being given quick attention. They just drop the fight, they don't care, and before you know it goes at effluxion. So for me, I think the court has done the needful.
Okay, let me go back to Jamala quickly. With this ruling, there's a case against Fubara, which is money laundering, handling cash above the threshold.
During when it was your accountant general.
Yes. Yes. Handling cash above the threshold over the counter.
Yes.
Right? A ruling like this, does it in any way affect EFCC push on a case like that?
Yes, it was. In fact, the appeal emanated from that EFCC quest to probe Governor Fubara, as he then was Accountant General of the state, as he then was.
Oh.
And so it was the noise made by the then governor in Nyesom Wike that there is an existing court judgment that has not been set aside and said you cannot peep into the books of financial records of the Rivers State government. And so I'm thinking it was that it was a fallout of that investigation that led to the EFCC filing that notice of appeal and applying for time to appeal. And so as it stands now, none, unless in the manner as provided by the law in Rivers State that has to do with the assembly, I can take a resolution.
I'm confused. So a Rivers State government official,
yes,
can be carrying 10 billion naira in cash, and nobody can do anything to it.
No. It is if you are caught.
Mm-hmm.
If you are caught with those amount of money, is against. I'm forgetting to
the money
law.
Something.
Yes. There's a prohibition on that.
Yes.
It's a different thing to say you are inquiring into the financial records of Rivers.
So
It's like you asking me if a Rivers State, because there's a judgment against the financial institutions from probing the Rivers State account, and one person engaged in what we call a frolic of his own and is caught, that person will be tried in person, not extending into investigating the account of Rivers
So let me see if let me paraphrase now, right? So Fubara can be tried as Fubara for handling cash above the threshold over the counter.
Ordinarily, the EFCC then, it depends on how they couch their reasoning. If the EFCC then wanted to, he was not caught in the first place.
Okay.
It was only queried because the transaction in the bank
would have been
suggested that these monies were withdrawn cash, but he was not caught holding that money.
Okay.
If he had been caught in possession, it's a different ballgame. But he was not caught, so they are querying that transaction. In so and so bank on so and so day, we saw that you received so money, you withdrew so money from Rivers State account in cash. So that is where the EFCC is coming from. And the law says, the judgment of course says, don't query. Would have been a different ball game if he was caught carrying that amount of money.
Okay, so Donyo Kupe was not caught carrying that kind of money.
There was no law preventing the EFCC from probing. There was no judgment preventing the EFCC from probing Don Yokuke.
No, that's why I'm getting the confusion now. Are you saying that possibly is the way EFCC framed their case against that case against Fubara?
Yes.
That could be the reason why they're having this impediment right now.
Yes, they're having this impediment because I am also thinking aloud that they have framed the case to the extent of the investigation was not as to Fubara alone,
but the state government. Okay. Dr. Wala.
Yes, good.
The ruling of the Court of Appeal discussing the appeal brought by the EFCC on that perpetual injunction.
Well, I just pray that this matter that have lingered for several years, this will bring an end to it. That's just my prayer. Let it not, even if it goes to Supreme Court, what the appeal court has done, was it not also what the lower court before going to appeal? Their judgment is in line with that, isn't it?
But the senior court is now saying, the Court of Appeal is now saying, but the fact that you didn't appeal this matter 20 years now, you've lost the right to appeal.
So if they have lost the right to appeal after 20 years, which means it's now statutory bar, they can't go ahead with it, isn't it? So I just hope that it will rest there. Without proceeding. But the only fear there where I think corrections need to be made, I don't know, maybe whether it will be a kind of an act from the State of Assembly or so, is in the future, if a governor decides to, let's assume, misappropriate the finance of Rivers State, does it mean that EFCC cannot, have the right to investigate such matter? Meaning that there is now a loophole, a kind of a freeway that, based on what has transpired, and at the end of it, this judgment, let's assume that it comes to rest, or maybe they proceed to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court still sustains the judgment of the appeal. So what then happens is where my concern. What then happens subsequently if there is a misappropriation of Rivers State money? If EFCC look at it, because judgment has already, because I think this started throughout the time. Amechi benefited from it. I'm sure too that Nwike as well benefited from it. And subsequently it continues. So something needs to be done so that where maybe an error may have been committed to the point of now covering, where people can now anchor under and will not become accountable, it should be corrected. But as for the judgment, it has been passed. I don't even see any upturning of it, even if it goes to Supreme Court.
Isn't it possible that Supreme Court could look at the necessity of this whole thing and decide to move otherwise?
Myself don't see.
And Supreme Court can be the decider.
The state government cannot be closed for
perpetuity now.
Cannot.
Mr. Momo.
Yes, that judgment then was against accounting, public accounting. That judgment then was a judgment of manning humanity to man. That judgment was devilish by closing to say that people who took oath of office, you can't investigate them, you can't look at what they have done. So who then do they account for? And for me, let the EFCC try the Supreme Court. We cannot have a case where he's doing anyone any service anywhere, or he's doing it for free. They had the luxuries that life could afford. And so this is on the people's wealth. And so the people cannot look at that the agencies empowered by government cannot look at the finances. Yes, I understand what the Court of Appeal is saying, that you should have appealed this case. But again, are we going to say forever that now remains closed? No.
It's perpetual injunction.
No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Because we have seen executives of other states who goes to EFCC net and all. El-Rufai is in detention. So the ones from River State are now gods. No, something just need to be done. And probably the Supreme Court will look at it and say, for the sake of public accounting, no, you cannot have that perpetual injunction forever. So tomorrow, if we have somebody who is even worse, all we do is just pray and let the man finish and then go. But as to investigate what he had done, no, I don't agree. Then the other thing you said, and I'm wondering, because you are saying the activities of that person within his state that the EFCC cannot investigate. Yahya Bello is being prosecuted. Part of the things that is contained in his prosecuting this thing was that he also used state money to pay school fees for his children.
Out of the state.
Which has gone outside.
Gone outside where?
Outside the state. Out of the state.
Has gone
Yeah.
No, one of them is in Kogi now.
No, but it's also
the
out.
boy.
The one they prove is not the one in
Kogi.
They're probably the one out of the
No,
state. That's why the
Abuja.
school.
No, there are two schools now brought.
You know that
outside.
you know that the school returned parts of that money.
Yes.
When the government probed them, EFCC wrote them. They returned parts of that money.
They returned it back to the FCC.
I think
No,
it's
they
the Kogi
sent
State.
it to the FCC. They didn't send to Kogi State government.
I can't confirm, but I know that they returned parts of that money, right? So, the Supreme Court in its pronouncement as to the powers of the EFCC, jurisdiction of the EFCC is clear. You can investigate when it is interstate.
Right.
When it is intrastate, you have no jurisdiction. Supreme Court made it clear. You have no
So
jurisdiction.
I thought that Yahya Bello's own was
No, it's interstate.
majorly
Interstate,
Kogi.
international.
Okay.
That's
No problem, but I would love that the Supreme Court, please. We cannot have a perpetual injunction in River State. No, you are going to create monsters.
Well, Kelly, you know that I always say practical wisdom is what guides me in this issue of law, because I quite believe that there are certain things the law guarantees and maintains, but that the human natural conscience of man abhors. Yes, this perpetual injunction, you see another one they call plea bargain. I don't know. Whoever slept, woke up and introduced them. I don't know what they had in mind. Because see, Kelly, you are telling me that this monster called perpetual injunction should be left because 50 years ago it was not challenged, and so it should continue in perpetuity as the name implies.
So the perpetual injunction is not a problem now. It's like an order of court.
See,
it's like an unchallenged order of court.
It is that order of court that is now graduating from monster to another thing like that. And they're saying because EFCC or nobody challenged it, and so it has become the right thing. See, what they don't know is that there may be governors they had witnessed in time past who had gone frolic with the funds of River State, and there will be worse ones that will be made in future that will in fact bury River State finances because of it was not challenged. Now focusing on what I said may be abhorred by natural conscience. You remember that when we are talking about this perpetual injunction, a governor who understands this particular ploy of the guise of hiding under it could indeed do anything at all with the finances. After all, who is going to challenge it? And nobody will do so. So it is what I think in my way of looking at issues. Because remember that the Supreme Court is not only court of justice, it's also court of public it whatever Jamala may correct it, is it public policy also? Good. And as a result, the Supreme Court should also be looking at the implication of this thing if it's left unchallenged. So because it was not challenged 20, 30, 40, 50 years, what about the Holocaust? About the Nazi Germany and all the rest of them? Up to today, they are still challenging them in court. Is that the perpetual injunction more than that particular one? It is criminal. That one is criminal.
The context will be quite different.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever difference it ends on, like Daniel mentioned, man's inhumanity to man. Both of them, no other difference. Because the perpetual injunction, Kelly, do you know what it could do? You may bring out, just example, Yaya Bello used maybe his test funds or whatever and paid school fees outside. Is he the only person that has children? Think about it. And now when you look at it, you groan in pain and say, because I don't have a way of getting to government house, so my children, you will always be doing everything here and all that. It's man's humanity to man. Then you talk about Holocaust, what were they doing? The same man's humanity to man. So for me, I think the Supreme Court, if they want to do us good, let them try and make sure they either vacate this, because Kelly, if not, it means that Rivers people have been tied, as it were, in a bundle and handed over to the chief executives of the state, that's governors of any time.
Okay, so do we have this fear? Do we have this fear because of the obvious? The State House of Assembly is in the pocket of the governor.
Of course.
Because if we had a State House of Assembly like our current situation, it would be very, very difficult for the governor to do and get away with it.
Kelly, let me give an instance. Maybe the mic will swing to another person. See, if the State Houses of Assembly were as independent from the governors as they should be, people will say, okay, State House, whether court is handling it or not, State Houses of Assembly, probe them. And they will do the best work also. But you and I know, at least this particular one, I know that, in fact, the difference is maybe they have a lodge for the legislators and they have governor's lodge. If not, they are living in the same room, both of them.
So that's where the concern is.
Yes.
Jamala, is this a concern for you?
No, see, Kelly, sorry, I want to address an issue Oga raised. The order of perpetual injunction is not an evil order per se, because I've used in civil matters where someone trespasses on your land and the court gives the other person a perpetual injunction never to do that. In that circumstance, you cannot say
it's evil. That instrument is evil.
Yes, it is the use in the criminal aspect of respect to this River State account probing, closing the account in perpetuity, that we can investigate, discuss, as we are doing now, the judgment, whether is it for the general masses or it's an evil intended to...
I beg you, I have to go for the news. When we come back, we continue.
Thank you very much.
Stay with us.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Leader of the Senate, Opeyemi Bamidele, has condemned the abduction of 87 students and teachers in Borno and Oyo states within 24 hours, describing the attacks as a direct assault on Nigeria's future. Bamidele, who also serves as vice chairman of the Senate Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution, said the incident underscored the urgent need to establish state police as part of efforts to strengthen the country's security architecture. In a statement by his Directorate of Media and Public Affairs, the Senate leader said the National Assembly was already at an advanced stage in the constitutional amendment process to pave the way for state police, adding that the proposal would soon be transmitted to state houses of assembly for approval. He urged state governments and legislatures to treat the proposal as a matter of national importance rather than subjecting it to partisan or ethno-religious interests. Bamidele also called on both federal and state governments to fully implement the Safe School initiative as an immediate response to growing insecurity in schools and the rising number of out-of-school children, currently estimated at 18.3 million nationwide. According to him, the National Assembly would, upon resumption of plenary on June 2, fast-track pending legislative measures aimed at addressing insecurity, including amendments to the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. The African Democratic Congress ADC has appointed former Cross River State Governor Leo Limoke and former Kwara State Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed to lead key committees for its forthcoming presidential primaries. According to the statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi, Imoke will chair the Presidential Screening Committee while Ahmed will head the Presidential Election Committee. The Presidential Screening Committee also includes CID Madu Abum as Secretary alongside Lawal Batagarawa, Professor Bode Ayorinde, Nena Elendu Ukeji, Professor David Salifu, and Colonel Abubakar Shiroma as members. For the governorship primaries, the ADC approved 2 separate screening panels and 2 appeal committees, stating that the committees were carefully constituted in ensuring transparency, credibility, fairness, and internal democracy throughout the conduct of its primaries. Suspected political thugs allegedly linked to a disqualified aspirant for the House of Representatives ticket of the All Progressives Congress APC in Ondo State allegedly stormed the party secretariat in Akure yesterday evening, disrupting the collation and announcement of results from the party's primary elections held on Saturday. Security operatives deployed to the venue reportedly evacuated members of the 7-man National Assembly Primary Election Committee led by Ibroma Dabibi following the disturbance. The state APC chairman Kolawole Babatunde, party executives, electoral officials, delegates and supporters were also said to have fled the premises through the back door as tension heightened. Reports had alleged that the suspected thugs invaded the secretariat and demanded the suspension of the announcement of results for one of the federal constituencies. While the APC leadership in the state is yet to officially comment on the incident, the election committee chairman reportedly released the final list in the early hours today. On the foreign scene, finance ministers and central bank governors from the group of 7 G7 industrialized nations will today convene in Paris for 2 days of talks focused on strengthening economic cooperation as the ongoing war in the Middle East threatens global growth and fuels inflation concerns. France, which currently holds the rotation G7 presidency, is seeking to maintain unity among member states despite growing geopolitical strains and trade disputes intensified by the tariff policies of the United States President Donald Trump. Discussions are also expected to center on reducing dependence on China's dominance in rare earth supplies, which are critical to the artificial intelligence sector and global manufacturing industries. French Finance Minister Roland Lescure said the current structure of the global economy was not sustainable, citing the rising U.S. budget deficit, Europe's lag in technological innovation, and China's industrial overcapacity and export expansion. German Finance Minister Lars Kimball stressed the need to end the Iran war, warning that the conflict was harming global economic development and threatening shipping routes through the Strait of Hormuz. The talks, which include invited finance ministers from Kenya, Brazil, India, and South Korea, are expected to lay the groundwork for the G7 Leaders Summit scheduled to hold in France from June 15 to 17. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, so we can take and we continue our conversation. Let's go to the traditional SMS channel, still Today 95.1, the newspaper review segment. Just give me a moment. So this will be the first for today. Okay, just give me a moment. All right. The former governor, Wike, and his allies' plan is to continue to push to see if Governor Fubara can, out of anger, defect to another party. So they will impeach him and put him in prison before the 2027 election. So for the governor to finish his tenure, he's... Magnus Hiemadu from Eneka, you need to check. I've tried. Navigated the first one. The rest is a bit too difficult. APC disqualified Senator Banigo, Denagogo, and others. APC disqualified any aspirant that is not bowing and worshipping Wike, though he is allegedly not an APC member. APC's actions seem Wike has fully acquired the party as he cannot acquire the PDP. But APC and Wike should know that anybody that does not bow and worship Wike has questionable integrity, and any that was worshipping him and stopped to do so has been delivered from any spell he was under, and he has come to his or her senses. Mr. Law, that's what you think. Let's return. Let me go to Jamala. You were explaining some of the instruments in law.
Yes.
Necessity of those instruments, perpetual injection.
Yes, I've cleared that because my concern was based on how Ogaima placed it. Now, the issue of plea bargain also is not something that we should consider to be evil. Plea bargain also involves both the nominal complainant, you must accept that fact. And the essence is not to prolong, to save the time of the court, with respect to going to full trial. So if you admit, if you can come up to own the offense that you committed, rather than wasting the time of the court going to litigation of trying to
settle it there.
Yes, trying to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Because okay, for not wasting the time of the court, we'll give you a lesser punishment. So, if you look at it in all angles, it's a very perfect procedure adopted in respect to criminal matters. Then the order of perpetual I have asked. I think I have
all right.
Justice. Now, your question, you said if my concerns, there's a question you asked.
Okay, the concern about the state finances, the House of Assembly being able to effectively be that watchdog over the executive.
Sadly, we have not seen that House of Assembly. Ordinarily, it should have been the Emewule's time when they pretended to have to act independently, and they were opposing the policies of Mr. Governor. Now, it is not necessary that House of Assembly should be at loggerheads with the governor to exercise or to prove their independence of the executive. There are principles or there are policies of the executive that the House of Assembly may disagree. That does not necessarily mean that everything that comes from Mr. Governor or the executive you will reject. That is not sure of independence. Sorry. Yes, independence.
It's independence, yeah.
Now, when we come to having the political will, if a House of Assembly is not opposed to Mr. Governor, they will not be able to make that law that will call for the probing or even raise a motion to call for the probing of agencies of government, because once you call for a motion to probe a particular ministry, you are indirectly probing Mr. Governor. And if you take the like of Nyesom Wike when he was governor of the state, can the House of Assembly raise that motion? It's like probing the governor of the state at that time.
So there cannot be probity in a political where they have political harmony.
Yes, there cannot be, because they share in the evil, they partake in the evil. Their hands are together in the communion they take to perpetrate evil. They share in all the money you want to probe. They are partakers of it.
Chimene, do you have the same concern? Or the noise about the concern about Court of Appeal? I ask a question. Is it that we don't trust the House of Assembly? That's why we're raising these concerns.
A lot of politics are going on. The appeal, I don't know where your question is coming from, but yes, I don't know where your question is coming from. I would like to.
This is what I'm asking now. The concern here is a hope that the Supreme Court would perhaps look a different direction and decide to say, no, we can't have a perpetual injunction in perpetuity, right? We need to stop it now. If the Court of Appeal said, you decided not to appeal for 20 years, so you've lost the right to appeal, case is dismissed. EFCC appeals it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court, for instance, says, well, we agree with the lower court. For the fact that you refuse to appeal it, you have lost the right of appeal. They say that is dangerous for the state. It's dangerous for probity, transparency, and public accountability. But if by law the State House of Assembly is supposed to be the first point of checking the executive, why are we so worried?
Well, if you look at what is going on, and of course there is a complete separation of power, and taking a lens from the views of Professor Evidaisi, there is a rule of law. Do we even have in a state like this and in Nigeria at large? Of course, when there is let me use this word, an evil romance or continuous romance between the judiciary and the executive, what do you expect? They're working together. Who will investigate each other? And with the principle of ministerial responsibility and legal responsibility, will you go and investigate the ministry that you're into? You will not. So for me, I think they should try the waters of the Supreme Court. That's the essence of that is why you have room. Each time people say, look, we can. Let us try the court. The court can be justiciable. The court can, in its wisdom, look at, the matter. But when you look at the matter stricto sensu, has the appeal not gone to efflution? It has gotten to efflusion. Unless, people will say after Supreme Court, where there is no any other person to appeal to. They may want to. We have seen them. You can only suggest to Supreme Court, and whatever judgment they give becomes final. So for me, I think it will be very difficult, but let them try the waters. But with what we are seeing in the states, where you say assembly and the governor, of course, if they are benefiting, what do you expect? Will they question the executive power? Even at the local government level, where you have an executive bill, I'm from somewhere, but I don't want to call the local government, where they have an executive bill, you see the acceleration of the bill, even when there are a lot of factors that are, that could jaundice the success of the people. But because it's an executive bill emanating from the chairman, they will give it a very speedy attention. So even when the councillors ought to question most of the sections that are unpalatable, but because there is, a continuous romance where you don't do that, and the executive could even come against you, so they will just work together. So for me, I think they may get success at the Supreme Court level. They may not, but the Supreme Court may want to rely on the lower court because it has gotten to efflusion. And even if there is a success to that, people will question the grounds upon which Supreme Court will want to, put itself to that kind of bobby trap.
Dr. Wala.
Yes. On the if the State Assembly,
can we trust the State Assembly to be that effective watchdog?
We can. There's nothing that is impossible. We can if there is a balance of power. We can if they deem it necessarily, because already there's a problem being created in terms of a management of Rivers Treasury by the virtue of what is going on now in the court, or what has gone now in the court. So if the Assembly that to me should be the alternative now outside court would deem it necessary to do what is right, we should not have been entertaining any fear. But unfortunately, in the past, we have seen a situation whereby the Assembly, rather than performing the duty of checks and balances, prefer to compromise, prefers to align. Yes, we know that both arms of government have their different functions, also checks each other and works together. Let me put it in that way. They have to cooperate to ensure that the government of the day moves forward for the better interest of the people. So if they see themselves as people who have been elected from different constituencies, and the governor has no power to remove them, they have their own different ways. Rather, they are the one that can exercise such power. Some level of checks and balances can be conducted, and the fear we are having now maybe will be reduced. I don't foresee it completely being eradicated, no, but could be reduced when it comes to public accountability. But with what we are having presently now, it's not possible. But in the future, that's why I said it doesn't mean that changes cannot come. Maybe the crops of the members of House of Assembly we are going to elect 2027.
This sense.
2027. So let's see how it goes. Whether some forms of balances could be done.
Mr. Momo.
Yes, it's one of the unfortunate things about democracy all over the world. That even in the US, we have seen that whatever the Republicans do is always right. Whatever the president does, who is in your party, the governor does, who is in your party, whatever they do is right. And no one will want to embarrass their party. No legislator will want to do that. This thing now that is going on in Nigeria about party supremacy. No one will want to. For cases that we are seeing obviously now, if you had done this or the party before, you might not come back when you seek another time in office. But I think that in all honesty, and from what we have seen, take the case of El-Rufai now. He's been being prosecuted by the investigations done by the State House of Assembly submitted to the EFCC. So, it only happened because they fell out with El-Rufai. Same applicable in other states. We remember when the when the crisis in Rivers State was at its peak, the State House of Assembly initiated about 10 bills, passed and override the governor. But history has also told us that in this same state, when the bill for independence of the legislature came, Rivers State declined for their own independence. Why? Because probably the party.
Yes, Onwike was governor.
No, not about Yes, Onwike. APC initiated it at the center then. The PDP didn't agree with it here. And so who would want to go against it? So, but it's on record.
Okay, for you, it's the party.
Party is the major thing.
It's not because it's
that's that's the platform. Party is the major thing.
No, it's okay.
So, Kelly, I fear you. So, that's one of the saddest thing about democracy. Once the party doesn't align with, and the stakeholders in the party does not align with such thing, unfortunately, you won't get anything out of it. But again, it doesn't say we should stop. Okay. We'll keep trying. People will keep talking. There was one person who was in PDP in Rep who said, look, the federal government doctored the tax bill. So we'll keep having people like that spring up, one or two in some states.
Okay.
But that you would have a major shake-up like that, it won't happen.
Rivers State, how do you rate the APC primary so far? That's what I'm asking. How do you rate the primary so far?
Is it only Rivers State?
I know it's Rivers State I want to focus on.
Okay, but I'm not from Rivers State.
Because you're even more active in Rivers State than you are in your own state. In the own state. How do you rate the primaries? First, they screened out 65 aspirants for House of Assembly, kept only 33. They screened out a 7 rep member, Abiante, screened out Boma Goodhead. All the Simin Fubara people screened out. It's not even contesting, They are not going to contest. They screen you out before you go and contest. Screened out. Right? They've done the election. What's his name? Speaker Amewule wins for Obiakpo State Constituency. That's Federal Constituency for House of Reps.
I think it should be one and
No,
it's one.
Obiakpo is a large. It's large, and I think it's only one.
But PH.
It's PH that is 1 and 2.
PH is 1 and 2.
Right? And PH 1 and 2. Boma Goodhead screened out. Sobo Jack announced as the winner for that constituency. Siri Hart announced as the winner for Degema and the rest of them. Today they will do their senatorial primaries, but they've screened out 7 senators. Palibo Banigo, deputy governor of the state.
Former.
She made 4.
Well, I said 7 senators.
But former.
Okay. So if I say she can't be a 7 senator.
No, sorry about that.
So screen them out. Screen out Ojuka Eflagamakri. He came to me as a surprise. I mentioned it earlier already. He came to me as a surprise. So the APC primary so far, has it been very impressive or clearly a wicked game? Dr. Wala, we are looking at to touch you.
Kelly, it's party politics. And whatever that transpires is what the party wants. And those screened out, if there should be reason for such, because definitely there are requirements to contest, documents to be presented. And if we are looking at it maybe as from some quarters, the news is going that there's a wiki and therefore, but I don't want to see it in that direction. You mentioned about Palibo Hari. Is she of Fubara?
But she was neutral now.
Whether neutral or not, we know where she came from.
But she said neutral in the fight.
So we are not talking about fighting now. I don't want to. The order of fighting is gone.
In establishing a position. See, the wicked politics that have been able to follow, cover, report for a while. Wicked doesn't do half wins. Wicked doesn't do stand on the fence. It's either you're with me or you are against me. That's Wicked's politics. Yes. So if all the while they've been fighting, the admirable Dr. Palibo Hari Banigo,
who was his deputy?
Yes. She did not sign, her signature was not on any of those statements. We didn't see her attend any of those meetings. She didn't call any press conference. She stayed completely neutral.
That is why she's the big suspect.
Completely neutral. So, Yes, on weekend that me have come to know.
Are you sure?
I feel now past yourself.
He's a fair person. It doesn't matter.
Kelly,
sir.
You see, I will still repeat the same thing. It is party politics, and I don't want to make it to become Wike issue and Fubara issue. And then party politics, party is supreme, which has been mentioned here several times, that party is supreme. So what APC wants and the way they want their primaries to be conducted is the way it went. So if there are lapses, there are favoritism, there are maybe sentiments, those who have been screened out should come out.
What if the same fate happens to the governor?
You see, now you have also jumped to another area. Say, what of the same fate? Are you praying for the same fate to happen?
That's the next stage, sir.
I don't see it happen. It seems you want me to answer that.
If all his people are losing, you say it's not a Fubara weekend thing,
yes, it's
right?
not.
But from what we have seen so far, right?
Remember that nobody forced them to join this political party, APC.
No, I'm just
so
saying
it's
that
calculation.
What we have seen so far is that mostly wicked men are the ones emerging.
From what? Which?
From the primaries we've had so far.
Which is the federal.
From the primaries,
do you know what
State
the
House of
negotiations
Assembly,
may have?
State House of Assembly.
The negotiations that may have been done. Do you know the agreements?
Okay.
You don't know. In fact, my joy is that in all of these issues of speculating, there is still peace. I don't see that insult coming from here and there. You know, the state is having peace.
They want ticket now. They have a choice.
The state is having peace. So let us key into it and believe that whatever that transpires at the end of it shouldn't be what we resort to hitting up the polity again.
So
and for now, I also believe that those who may have been screened out, you may not know the next negotiation, the next promises that may be going on. We don't know. So until APC concludes all their primaries and we begin to hear from those affected what may have transpired. So for now, I leave it as party politics.
So if it got to if it so happens that the governor doesn't scale through, could be that they've negotiated and he too may be settled.
He will tell us.
Oh, he will. Okay.
Yes, they should come up and tell us what is going on. So they want to decide for that.
No,
I'm not contesting. So I just pray that let there be peace in all.
That's why I said the look on your face was the reason why I actually went your direction.
Yes, I called my family member, two of them. One was contesting for the House of Rep. He lost. And so what did he ask him? Because he bought form without the knowledge of the head of the family. And they have adopted another area to contest that election, not from my place.
Like zoning?
Yes, but he went ahead and he bought form. So he went for screening. So I just wanted to know, because this river, what would they be asking? For example, a sitting, a former governor, deputy governor. So what could have? So he said the first thing they asked him was that the name of his ward. He told them, and they asked that who are the escorts of his ward. He only remember one.
Yeah, wait.
You see?
He only knows one person.
Joy!
He doesn't know the other escort.
He's not a politician then?
No, not that. See, that's what I'm telling you. Sometimes if some people do not want you to pass, there are things they would ask you that you had never, ever thought that. And he said they were 4 in number. One of them said, that means he's not in touch with his ward. So how then? That's why they brought the question. How then did he? What are the things he does to see how
the party grows?
Yes, at local level. He doesn't even know their names or he only knows the head. And that's the one day, like me now. I only know that one man. He's the person I call. Is when we relate.
So that's why if you are contested.
No, that's why I'm saying that.
So
sometimes when you say that certain persons, and they are not disqualified, But once they screen them out, there are things they have asked them. So I now say, okay, they asked him, they asked him about 4 questions. One has to do with his party dues. And he said he has been paying. And then they asked for evidence. His proof of, he didn't bring any receipt. He was searching his phone, you know, this alert. They said, no, you should, there was something to give to. So that means he has not been paying party dues. So he cannot benefit
from the same party.
From the same party when you are not paying the dues. So they asked him those questions. So I just wanted to have an idea. What do they, you know, like a jam question. What do they even ask them that will make some people they disqualify some? So I just believe that some of these questions were posed to these persons because they had known that this one came on his own. He doesn't want to abide by the decisions of the general house, and so allow him so that the world will not say it was not, the form wasn't sold to him, so buy the form, come. So he lost out. He didn't even make it to the primaries. And so bringing that here, could there have been some questions that were asked some people here? In fairness now, regardless of whether the Wike faction, the governor's faction, could there have been some questions some of them would not tell the world today that they couldn't answer? So it could be. So, again...
But isn't it quite convenient that it's only those that are on the side of the governor that could not answer those questions?
That's the mystery here. No, no, hold on now. Hold on. That's the mystery here. I have seen other states, like I said, they disagree with what the elders are saying, but Lagos State is there. Desmond disagrees. But it's
they didn't screen him out.
No, they didn't screen him out. They will come to the primary. Let's see how
popular you are.
So for here, I think he didn't spell well. It's like probably, like we're having a conversation. I have said, see, if I was the sitting governor, I wouldn't go further. I would do the Benga Daniel style. Because you have screened out my people, and for the sake of that, I will not be going further again. I'm telling you, I will do the Benga Daniel style. Don't wait until you get to the field where you will be defeated, because the truth is, how many person has he mobilized to the APC for registration? That he can beat his chest to say, this place, we mobilize 100, we mobilize 200. How many? Again, lastly, on this, sir.
Just as you're saying, just be careful, don't go too close to your left. we know he's a peace-loving person, but peace-loving person, but politics can easily get tempers flaring.
It's a gentleman.
Shift your chair to the right.
No. I have sat with him here for a long time. He's a gentleman.
And I agree. I also said the same thing, but the direction you are going now.
Lastly, the other thing I saw, which I think I'm not happy about, is the issue of how the voting went. I have my membership card. That should be the access to what should bring us to vote. And in places you see people on the queue, they didn't show their membership card.
In River State?
No, outside of River State.
No, I want to focus on River State. Don't
I'm only saying because it's APC.
No, I want to talk about River State.
No, it's APC.
But I like to focus on River State.
No, but you see,
I appreciate your point, but I just like to focus on
no
River
problem.
Say, Jamala, are you okay?
No, it's fine.
Did I contest for any of this? His feet are proper.
No, last week Monday, you left not so happy. And then we've had compounding news now.
Who told you I left so unhappy?
No, you can read minds now.
I said you left not so happy.
No,
there was even a part where he was saying, for some of us that have a bias for Governor Fuba,
I agree on that. I made that statement.
These things.
You need not relay it. I made that statement. So ask your question.
No, the question is asked already. It's for you to respond.
I can't remember you asking me.
You mean you can't remember the question?
You asking me.
Kelly, don't start asking people that are on memorial service. You don't do that.
How do you rate the APC convention, the APC primary so far?
You see, Kelly, when we are talking off air, I told you one of the worst things to do in life is to enter an exam where you are not told of the topics, you are not told of areas of concentration. In fact, you do not even know the lecturer. Now, there is this saying, in the days of my doing psychology or philosophy, a man said, the most stupid, foolish man on earth can ask the most wisest, most educated man on earth a question that he will not be able to answer. When something, he was talking about answering questions, when it is premeditated action, when an action has been premeditated, I don't know if I'm using the right English.
No, where you're going to
continue. If you correct you now, you'll be.
No, he's looking at me as
I need to hear you land now. So when you say premeditated, you're arousing my curiosity.
It is something they have planned, agreed before coming to do.
Who planned and agreed?
The party.
The party that they planned and agreed to favor Yeson Wike group?
Yes.
Yeson Wike is not a member of the APC now.
I don't know, but he's wielding more power than the members of the APC, even their national executive.
Assumption.
Wow.
Those who are saying Assumption are living in the shadow of themselves.
Are you sure they are living in the shadow of themselves or because they want to gloat?
Yeah, let me use your word. They want to gloat.
Rub it into you.
No, but you are the one saying the things he didn't say. You are the one saying them.
And he's accepting.
You are the one saying the things he
let them gloat. No problem. At least I am not a candidate. I never contested for any election.
But that guy that you said contested that lost, he said from your house. He didn't tell us his side.
I didn't say he lost. I said he won.
He said one lost.
I said from my local government.
You said from your house.
Not my house, Kelly. Sorry. I said
he said 1-1
in APC in Rivers, in my own local government. They screened out one, and luckily my uncle won. And I used that opportunity in congratulating him. He was cleared. He was cleared as the only aspirant.
So he won at the primaries?
The primaries have not been conducted.
No, it's State House of Assembly.
Okay. Whose side is he?
No, don't worry.
You are coming back to yesterday. You're taking us back to yesterday.
You don't tell us whose side is.
You're taking us back to yesterday. If you have a reasonable tongue, you should have used it to count your teeth.
My tongue is reasonable. my tongue is reasonable.
Is the tongue?
But we want to know that it helps us in our analysis.
See, you have
it helps us in our analysis.
You have asked the question that how do you see the screening that everything favors a particular set, and you are still asking me again.
No, I just want to be sure now.
You are still asking me again where that person belongs.
I can't be making hasty generalization. Maybe there's an exemption.
You have done so several times.
Maybe there's an exemption. That's why I keep saying it seems. It seems. So maybe there may be one. There may be an odd one out of the lot.
Okay, it seems my uncle that one belongs to that side. You seems.
Oh, okay.
Which is seem.
Okay, it is party politics at play. Now, party weigh their options. And sadly, we do not have independent party.
Independent candidates?
No. We do not have parties who maintain the status of a party, a political party.
Okay.
And controls the affairs of the party. The parties have sold out their leadership, the authority.
Sumoto.
Sorry?
Sumoto.
Not Sumoto.
Not Sumoto.
The party have sold out. The party have sold out their authority to the president if they are leading at the center. If they are leading at various states to their governors. And so the governor determine who becomes the House of Assembly, who becomes a senator, as it was in the days of Nyesom Wike as a governor, when PDP was not at the center, he was holding sway at the state. So he determined who becomes governor, bought forms for them, elected them, inaugurated them. Now that is what the APC is doing. They've sold out their leadership to Mr. President. And if you look during the days of acrimony in Rivers State, anything that has to do with Mr. Governor, even when he defected to the APC, the National will not speak until a body language of the Mr. President is perceived, or a spokesman of Mr. President has given a direction of, then you see the National, their spokesman will come to buttress what the presidency, in quote, the stand of the Mr. President. Kelly, they said conventionally, governor is the head of their political party in the various states. Is it their spokesman was in Rivers State?
Moka.
He never visited Mr. Governor.
It was an assignment, official assignment.
Excuse you.
Independent.
But perhaps he didn't want any kind of interference.
Excuse you.
But isn't it possible?
It was an assignment.
Independent assignment.
But he was following some of those who are contesting. How independent? Yes.
Like who?
Okay, Chinda and reps of Meule.
Platform.
No, but it wasn't their election. It wasn't their election.
Reps.
No, OK Chinda is for governor.
I said he was following OK Chinda and Amewule, who contested for House of Reps in Obiakpo.
You saw it?
You saw them.
Should I send you the video?
Please send the video.
No, that video was
Are you sounding ignorant?
No, that video was where? No, that video was where?
In Port Harcourt here.
Where now?
No, I saw the video.
So why are you asking me?
No, where?
So tell them where now. They want to know where.
It's
Tell them
where. Election now.
So that they can authenticate it. Please tell them where.
No, it is not a video to say they went to an hotel or they went somewhere.
Where they are conducting it.
The place where they conduct election.
Okay, that's what Amewule was with.
Yes,
they were all the party members.
So why you not impugning?
No, don't worry. I told you
who brought them from where were they coming?
They came to conduct election. They came to supervise the primary election in Rivers State.
Kelly, for once, let go.
For whatever
reason, I don't release God bless you.
For whatever reason.
For once.
Kelly, you allowed them to interfere in my life.
No, you were making strong allegations. And as interested parties, they thought it necessary to defend their party. I didn't have to do anything.
You know I like doing that.
You like doing what?
What Chimene is doing.
Oh!
Okay, so you like doing it. Oh! You now confess that you actually do it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I am not like you who deny your... So, Kelly, it is party politics.
Hey.
For whichever way it has favored one set, the other one, you go and count your losses. But to me, it is fraud.
Fraud?
I'm coming, yes. To me, it is fraud. When you have taken a decision, you sold out funds, collected their money to persons you never intended to. It wouldn't have been fraud if you allowed them, like in the case of Desmond Elliott. At least they have cleared him. Is it not ridiculous to say a sitting senator is not cleared?
Should they have read the room?
Sorry?
Should they have read the room?
Read?
The handwriting, that's what it says.
Should they have read the room?
Kelly, that is what I say. It is ridiculous. No matter the handwriting on the wall, provide a level playing ground.
Yes.
Even like we said the other time, if you provide a level playing ground, these persons will not or wouldn't have even emerged. Because from the various units, the various wards, the various local government, and the state, the executive belong to a sect.
Okay.
So how are they going to, the persons that will write the result of the direct primaries, they belong to one sect. So it was difficult for me, ab initio, to see that the candidate from the other side will come up. to win the election.
Okay, you saw it.
I saw it coming.
That's why I asked the question. Why didn't they read the room?
It's politics is a risk.
Okay.
It's a game of risk.
So they took a risk.
Yeah, they took the risk.
Okay. So
they took the risk.
Sorry again.
For what now?
His uncle won and they are telling him sorry.
Are you congratulating me?
Actually, congratulate him. You know when Jamala is happy, you can tell Jamala is happy. But this one, he has taken him time to collect his thoughts. He has been speaking like Tinubu speaks. So when you have that switch,
I'm beginning to see you as an interested party.
Oh wow! You won't be the first person saying that.
I've always
they want your fire rights. Says that over and over again.
But when that statement is being made often, then check yourself.
No, that's fine.
That's
fine. Tomorrow you can say it again.
He has always been a nuclear.
I still will not be bothered.
We have
to go for a commercial break. But if everyone will come back, we'll listen to
now that it is my turn.
To Mr. Ndukwe and a very interested and participating party. With the person of Chimenem. Please stay with us. We're back in a moment.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
We are not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have to pay some bills. We have guests this morning from Successful Realtors Group. There's a guy, I see Uncle Kule in the studio, two ladies. So I've already mentioned Uncle Kule Tatafo, so he's out of it. Let me introduce. Let's begin with you, sir. Your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Yekulibe Kelechi.
Okay, madam.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Ambassador Michelle Mordi.
Okay, and?
Speaking Sylvia Onofiok.
Oh. My name is Kunle Oluwole. I'm not Tatafo in this thing. Myself.
Oh, God.
It's not a Friday.
So we are here. We are good.
Okay.
We are good.
What's Successful Realtors Group? It sounds like a real estate company. Yes.
Yes, so Successful Realtors Group is a real estate marketing company right here in the city of Port Harcourt. Okay. We sell verified properties, so we are like property police. We sell the right properties. We verify the properties of the real estate companies before we sell. So every property we are selling, the document of that property is seated pretty in the Successful Realtors Group office, and we have our office at number 8 Tombia Street here in GRA. So we work with credible developers, and we don't sell any property that we have not verified. And the minimum requirement of a property we sell is COD. You must be ready to process CFO for your estate. You must be ready to develop before we can even sign you into our company.
An important developer that is office is in Lagos, is resident in Lagos, has properties in Asaba, Aba, Ogun State, has come to Port Harcourt. He has been in Port Harcourt for a few months now, getting all his documentations right, which Successful Realtors have also verified. That being said, tomorrow we are all going to Rukboku Alu area to launch Landview Estate. Landview Estate with C of O in view. The event is going to be large with lots of celebrities, lots of events, and also you will have the opportunity to buy lands or houses. However, one thing is sure, as we have brought this to you, just know that you're going to get properties that will give you peace of mind.
Okay. So you want to speak on this, sir?
All right. Tomorrow being the launch day for Landview City Estate here in the city of Port Harcourt, we want to use this opportunity to welcome all our sundry. You are in Port Harcourt. We want you to be part of this launch opening. This is a property that nobody in Port Harcourt is expected to miss. If you miss tomorrow, the official launch will be taking place at Rukboku. If you're coming from a Liozu, you're coming from Urumokoro, you're coming from a Grita, when you get to Rukboku, the C4I, the road that leads to Redeem Road, just take the road straight down. Before you get to UAC Hashfat Company, you will see our sign post on your right. That is the location for the estate launch. Then if you're coming from Obrikwere, that is the new airport road. Once you get to the C4I, you take your right. Less than 2 minutes drive, you will see the estate signage on your left. The numbers to call are 091 6000 5224. Again, 0916 000 5224. Another number to call is 0916 000 5226. Again, 0916 000 5226.
Okay, so I have perhaps one question, right? The realtor that is in town from Lagos, is it the launch of the company or is the launch of an estate that they are selling?
Okay, now Landview is the developer that owns this particular estate, which is called the Landview City Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Now, so we are launching the estate tomorrow, and also launching the presence of the company in Port Harcourt. So this company is a Lagos-based real estate developer. They have projects in Lagos, housing projects, landed projects. Okay, they have projects in Asaba, about 5 estates. They have about 6 estates in Lagos. They have in Aba, they have in Ogun State, and they are now currently in Port Harcourt. And their very first estate is this Landview City Port Harcourt, and they are doing everything possible to make it one of the most top-notch estates in Port Harcourt. And that's why nobody should miss it. Because if you miss Gulf Estate, if you miss Peter Dili, this is your another chance to own something early and timeless. And that's why we are here to invite the public so that they don't miss out. Because the company only has 30 plots to give out tomorrow on a pre-launch price, and which they are going to discover tomorrow. And let me also tell you, they have a discount of more than 50% if they come tomorrow. And if they call our numbers, they will also be able to get that discount. And that's why we are here to invite the public.
So the venue for the launch
Yes,
it's
please.
same venue where the estate is located.
Yes, so we are going to be launching two things tomorrow. The Landview office is going to be launched tomorrow, and the estate and cut the ribbon. So where the main celebration is going to happen is the estate,
All right.
and that's why we are giving the address of the estate. But the office is number 22 Degema Street by Shell RA.
So the phone numbers, people would have questions they would like to call. What are the phone numbers?
The phone numbers are 0916 000 5224, 091 6000 5224. Another number 0916 000 5226. I'll call it again 0916 000 5226.
All right, so let's just touch on some very important notes before we leave. We have a few minutes left.
Okay.
The launch is happening tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, 19th.
What time?
It's happening 11 a.m. tomorrow. You know,
Okay.
we are launching two things, the office
Mm.
and the estate.
But
so
you
the
want,
office
you
is
want
going
the
to be by
public,
10.
you want the public to
to
be
come
at the
more
estate.
to the site.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So, but however, if someone maybe as a, we are invited maybe as a realtor, okay, or you want to come as a client just to observe what is happening and also buy. Now, if maybe you are not driving, you can actually go to the Successful Realtors office. We'll have buses there, okay, and that is number 8 Tombia Street,
Okay.
GRA, just by Polo Club. There's if you get to GRA Junction, you see GTB, you see Hypercity. There's a street by GTB that takes you to Arena. Just the third gate into that street is number 8. It's written boldly on the wall. That's number 8 Tombia Street. That's the Successful Realtors Group. There are going to be coasters and buses there to convey people to site. So if
Okay.
you're not driving and you are not too sure of the location, you can come to Successful Realtors Group office. We'll convey you to the site.
Are there side attractions at the event tomorrow?
Of
The
course,
launch?
there's going to be a lot to eat. There's going to be a lot to drink. There are going to be comedians there. There are going to be that. It's going to be an amazing event. This is a Lagos developer now. They are coming with so much steeze and composure. So it's going to be amazing. So we're inviting
The discounts again.
Yeah, we are having above 50%, about 65% discount for people buying tomorrow. It's going to be amazing. And also take note, this estate that we are launching tomorrow, it's already been fenced.
Okay.
The CFO is already been done. It's been paid. As in, like I told you earlier, this is Successful Realtors Group. We don't sell nonsense.
Okay.
We sell what is good. So everything I'm talking to you about, the document is seated pretty in the office. So when I say the CFO is in view, I don't mean mouth CFO.
Okay.
If you come, you are going to see the certificate that's in the
COD.
The COD is
Certificate
ready.
deposit.
Okay, and the document that
duty.
shows the stamp duty is already ready. Okay, and even the publication. So it's remaining just a few things remaining for the CFO to be ready.
All right.
This estate has been fenced, and there's going to be housing project in the estate. So with this estate, we are not waiting for clients to come and build to develop the estate.
The
The
venue.
company is developing the estate.
The venue.
The venue is the venue of the estate or the company.
The venue of the estate.
Okay, the venue of the estate is Rupoko Alo, just off the airport road. Like my colleague gave the description. Let me also give again. If you are coming from the Obirikwere axis, if you just get to OPM Church, if you pass the 20,000 housing project, you see the C4I checkpoint. You go right, okay, into the Redeem Camp Road. As you just go right, you see the AUC Asphalt Company. Our estate is opposite it.
All right.
You see Landview there. Then if you are coming from Rumokoro or Elios, merely you pass Sasro, Rupoko, you pass that new bridge, that's the one they are walking. You will now see the C4I checkpoint again. You now go left this time around.
Okay, phone
That's
numbers.
it.
We have to go. We're out of time.
0916 000 5224.
Can you slow down with the numbers, please?
0916 0916 5226.
All right. Thank you, ladies and sir, for making the time to be here this morning.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guest Successful Realtors Group spent some time with us. We'll return to our conversation in a bit. Today, 95.1. Stay with us.
Live from the
Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, let me read some messages. I was reading some from the traditional SMS channel earlier. Let me read a few from WhatsApp. Panelists will come. I have to wrestle them for us to finish on time. So, Kizito say, Kelly, you can't follow Shei Makinde in doing MMM. It will so master you. Kizito, thank you, all the same. All right, let's move on to the next. Desmond Elliott crying out for going back for a third term. My brother Desmond, you try. Please allow another person to enter the Patoki Patoki from Nafi State. Your contribution, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Shido Louis from Rukboko. Boko Haram convict Kabiru Sokoto. In Nigeria, a terrorist can appeal for lighter sentence. He wants to be a free man after killing people, just like the so many other terrorists that have been freed by the government. You don't see this anywhere else. Oh, you're not correct. It's not that maybe you're not correct. You're not correct at all. Governor Sim Fubra is the only PDP governor who defected to the APC that has not been welcomed to the APC fold since January he joined the party. What APC National is doing to the governor is unfair. APC primaries for House of Reps and Senate have come and gone. They've not done Senate. Senate is today. Okay, and the 7th senator in River State was disqualified from contesting for the primary. And I asked myself, what could be the reason why the committee disqualified the 7th senator? What's the primary? Thank God, Abilita Chwebu. That is your contribution. The doctrine of perpetual injunction is never to perpetuate evil, but like many other legal and equitable instruments, the application in Nigeria context is abominable. Meanwhile, drafters of the Constitution reserve a serious role for the state assemblies in the interest of the public. Why are they all mute and anti-people? George Kalu from Rumaholo, your contribution. Okay, Suka, Comrade Suka, you can stay with your reality and no issue. The judge who you say colluded with then politicians to grant, you say colluded. I think I will read it. The governor of Imo State said politicians should regulate their ambition. He said that using your last card to play politics leads to stroke. I want to ask, I don't even know, I wasted my time reading that one, sir. That's even someone that is a regular here that knows the rules. Simply Goodness from Alakaya. Let's move on. Their voice messages. Let me take the views of Mr. Ndukwe about the APC primaries in River State. Your assessment.
Well, it might not be a solid assessment because I know that anything from politics, I hardly look at it as something that the fruit is going to be all that worthy. I must tell you. Kelly is politics at work, and especially the crude politics of Nigeria. There is no other thing than Fubara weaker. That's just what happened. Because when you tell me the philosophy of politicians is that no permanent enmity, no permanent friendship, but permanent interest. And it is that interest that runs very rife within political parties. Now, if, for instance, APC as a political party is doing its, primaries they call it, they will check what will benefit it. Like any other human will want to derive benefit from whatever undertaking he is embarking on. Let me tell you, when they come, sometimes the product you get is also as a result of what your actions have been. If you start checking, Kelly, you that is outside APC, will you see Fubara and his men to have been active in supporting everything, even though there have been a lot of defections, including that of the governor himself, to APC. Were they following Chief Okocha and his men, which is invariably Nyesom Wike's side. So I don't like to call it. Please allow me finish. See, I don't want to go this way. I'm not a snake, I'm a human. I don't like to be snaky on this. The issue is this, whether Rainbow Coalition or whatever they call it. It is Nyesom Wike versus Fubara. That's what has transpired there. Kelly, you can't tell me that all the people that passed belong to Nyesom Wike. And so Fubara side are the people who don't have brain at all to get whatever they ask them. It is politics at work. Like I said, their interest is what they are pursuing. They have known that these people, even if you go to Asorok, you remember when Fubara defected, I said, yes, a good move, but that depending on how he handles this particular offer. And did he handle it well? Even in the state, did they move to, because there is no other way. It's Chief Okocha's section, which is allied to Nyesom Wike, whether it's in PDP or APC. Allegedly. I don't know. All I know is that he's in PDP. There's no doubt about it. But it's also in APC. Because, listen, the president said PDP, APC are in his hands. Can you tell me how clear can he be? It's in his hands. And the
president said so.
He said so, Kelly.
Tinubu said so.
He said, listen, let me tell you how he said it. He said that Fubara, that governors are the head of their political parties in states. Mm-hmm. But you see in Rivers State, it was very explicit that Chief Wike should be given the respect of anything about APC and PDP. He said so.
No, he couldn't have said PDP. He couldn't have said on political issues. He said on political matters.
That is
They
it.
didn't mention PDP.
No, he couldn't have.
Whether he mentioned PDP
So
or not.
you had said you're the one. Say you are the one imputing.
No, I'm not imputing.
Say you are the one
No,
imputing.
the president didn't mention
If you want to
PDP.
quote
I'm
what
not
was
imputing
reported,
anything.
if you want to quote what was reported, right?
Kelly, can you allow me finish?
No,
so that if you are correcting, you correct.
No, I can't
but
correct.
allow
I can't
me
correct you. I can't correct
whatever. No, that's why I went to that issue. If you want to correct, you have a right to say
But
whatever.
the president did not say PDP
No,
and APC.
listen. He couldn't have mentioned PDP again because he knows Wike is in PDP. But he said, pertaining to remember, Fubara was also in PDP and now defected. Now he is mentioning because most of the assemblymen, most of them were also in PDP. And they now moved over to APC. Now he is saying everything about the two political parties, and which are the parties here? PDP, APC. If you remember, we were saying some of us, PDP, APC. From that time, President said that in Kano, we just said it was a mistake, a slip of the tongue. I don't know how slip it was, but that's what we are seeing. The rainbow has turned from PD, APC. But I am saying that once you have given that kind of mandate, that he is the head more or less, how more can he be an APC man? So all the things they have done, so all the people that are Fubara allies, they are just, in fact, the war celebrated stupid people. Is that what we are saying?
No,
that they will not hold on. That they will not pass any single, not even. I don't. See, politics is very dirty. Okay. It's very dirty.
If I recall vividly, at that time the controversy was who was the head of the APC.
Yes,
that was the controversy.
Yes,
it was it was that same period that Daniel Boala went on Channel TV, I think Arise, and said from Tinubu's body language, that Fubara was the head of the APC.
Mm-hmm.
Before Daniel Boala said that, the national chairman of the APC had appeared on TV and was asked the same question. He says, yes, the governor is the leader of the party, but it's not a right. He still has to work with other leaders of the party in the state. That was when I started raising concerns about the position of the governor. So when that controversy started, right, Nyesom Wike was yet to begin his local government tour.
Very well.
Nyesom Wike was yet to begin his local government. In fact, it was when Fubara said that thing. He said that with the House of Assembly, raising concern about the state of schools. I was like, has this truce broken again? And then Governor Fubara responded to the State House of Assembly, which was not a good idea. When he responded, we started hearing impeachment threats, impeachment days, starting again. Then he had a meeting with the president again, and we heard there was another peace brokered between the president and the both of them, the both principal actors. And there it was clear. The president said, on political issues, on political issues, you must take direction from Nyesom Wike.
It's all over. I have even, you've said it even better.
On political issues. The political issues can be interpreted by anyone.
Including his own interpretation.
That's why I said he was impeaching.
This one.
No,
we are trying to
advance the president directly. Quoting the president and saying the president said is different from I by my understanding of what the president said, this is what it means.
Well,
I believe you know this very well.
I by my understanding of I can say what I understand without mentioning by my understanding.
Because we understand in this business that people take us to be literal in what we are saying. So when you say the president said, the president did not say so.
Well, see, Kelly, well, you have mentioned what the president said, is it not? The one you said is what the president said, and I remember vividly. He said on political issues, and I am telling you, this one is not a trading issue. It's the heart of politics. Whatever you are talking in, this is the heart of it. And this is Fubara people, and this is Wike's people. And in fact, Wike's people excel. Fubara people, I ask, in the entire world, if you bring them, they are the most stupid people now. Yes.
They may not be good in that.
The reason I've gone back to this his short history lane is just to establish one thing. The president did not say PDP and APC, Wike is in charge.
That's because he's not a member of PDP.
That's exactly what
the
president said.
Bashir said so now.
You mean the president?
Secretary. Bashir now. That Wike is not.
They even Giwada said the same thing. Giwada said Wike is not a member of the PDP. I don't know why of the APC. I don't know why you people keep asking me about Wike. Ask me about my party members. Let me speak about my party members, not about someone who is not in my party. Giwada kept saying so.
So let them be doing as if they are not
seeing. If that is the case, political issues, primaries are being conducted. Primaries are then not part of political issues.
Of course.
It is.
So let's leave the issue of Wike and
I'm just
that
trying.
Is what the party.
No, he just.
I am only trying to provide a clarification. Okay. That is all. Chimene. Nadia we did today. They look like if I beg 2 minutes to be brief now, you say I'm denying it.
You've been
right.
talking now you're not because you totally turned to timekeeper. You are not timekeeper.
See, we have not even started.
So paraphrase
the rating of APC, your party primaries now so far.
I'm not first of all, I'm not a member of APC.
I want to know now.
No, you don't say so. You shouldn't shave my hair, man. No, you shouldn't shave my hair, man.
I want to know now.
No. Kelly, don't descend into the area. This is the first time I'm seeing a true manifestation of good primaries. A true reflection of democracy being demonstrated by a political party without rancor. I don't know how to look like when we will do our own, but I think what I saw and what
which
PDP
and what okay
it will be peaceful, of course, because I'm on the part of the peaceful. We are holding the scepter. So I think if I were you, this shouldn't come as a topic. But then I will say something. Let me adumbrate. This is the first time we are seeing the best primaries. First of all, let me congratulate the Martin Sabehule for emerging.
I'm pressed for time.
Victoriously. Please be patient. It may be annoying.
I should not even ask you this.
Please don't. Don't tell me you're envious. The Bible said that rejoice with those that are rejoicing. They are not my party people, but then I have to rejoice with them. Yes. Because that is what Christianity entails. And other people who equally took form. Because if I had money, I would have gone to take my own form. But I think maybe by the next election cycle year, I will be there.
If you had money, you took for my name. Now, screen you out.
It doesn't matter. Now, concerning those that were screened out, you were not there. Just as Momo said, they could, like my friend was preparing for what they call board mass and physics.
Those board mass must come because of interest.
Preparing for board mass. Upon getting there, they ask him what is 3/8 of a day. Problem. Because you have prepared for calculus, other things, chemistry. The examiner said, please drop whatever you have in mind. I know you can solve. But what is what? 3/8 of a day. Then calculate the step you took down to this place. Divide it. But we want 2 as an answer. Now, Kelly, over preparation. We have seen over preparation fail people. You were talking about the former deputy governor. She is not a politician, the last time I checked. And I've never seen her participated in any, if not for, please support. The FCT minister, please. She came through appointment. And circumstances have led her to attain that height. What will you expect from her? Even in the house, I don't know how many bills that she has, presented in the house that have, stirred the people of Rivers State and said, look, this woman is performing. I'm not saying that she has performed. She has performed abysmally.
Is it the minister that's calling you so we can move on?
This is not the sound of my phone. so I have a better sound. I don't know the owner of this phone.
Oh, wow.
So what I'm trying to say is that she has not performed in terms of within the political circle. She has not proved herself. And secondly, remember, it was under Wike she started gaining fame politically. And it is expected that, look, Jesus said, if you love me, keep my commandment. You can't stand at the fence. We are in the wartime, within the political circle. Where is she? I've not seen her perform. Even I only see her pictures. Each time she's laughing in the house. And bills are not being passed. She's good at laughing. Now, there are things that are serious. Business of the moment. You don't see her deliberate. She's always on her week, putting on, the normal thing Okonjo is different. No, I'm not attacking her.
There are many other candidates.
No. I'm only just using her as an example. There are others that have, failed in that circle. Now, in terms of this, what they call the primaries, it is expected that there are some certain questions that will be asked. You are not there. Like Momo was saying, they asked one of, I think the brother, say, who is so person in your ward? I don't think Ipalibo can call any of the ward important. In fact, in Rivers State, she is not part of. I know what I'm saying, and nobody knows the parameters.
Those that failed may have actually failed based on poor performance.
Very, very.
Not because it was
Do you want me to name them? These are people that have not in politics. They are neophytes.
Ojuka Eflagamakri.
He has not been around.
Ojuka Eflagamakri.
Are we talking about politics with practice? Are you talking? Is he a politician?
Ojuka Eflagamakri.
Don't be shouting Ojuka. Ojuka has he won election before?
Yes.
How?
Local government chairman.
How? Which election?
What do you mean how?
Which election?
Local government chairman.
Do you know how he made?
He won twice.
Do you know how he made?
He was my council chairman.
Wait, don't be doing your hand. Don't be opening your eyes. Do you know how he made?
You said has he won election? When you ask questions, somebody answers your question.
Come on, there are those that are appointed. They appoint you and approve you based on Godfatherism.
He has now seen.
You've not contested.
He has not come back to my own.
Now, secondly,
the local government chairman that we have in Rivers State.
What?
Were they appointed or
these people fought like lion?
They fought for who?
Kelly, you're a journalist.
They fought for who?
You can't live in heaven and on earth.
That's the more reason why I can tell you what happened. Because I'm not a politician and I have no interest whatsoever.
I know you will not be patient. Kelly, you have interest.
We are whatsoever.
Look, we are all. You see, you're already discussing politics. There is an interest. Now, let me tell you again. I don't know of Flag Ojukai or Amakri of contesting deep election, mobilizing, and see, these are people.
Abiante.
Abiante. What kind of name is that? Oh, Abiante. I don't understand this. When you call these people, you look at the strength in political scene. Abiante how?
Abiante.
And where is he now?
No, you said what?
No, where is he now? No.
You asked
when you say when you call.
No, I don't even want to call myself.
No,
I don't want to call myself.
No.
Abiante.
Mama, Abiante, where is he now? What happened to him?
No, I'm calling people that
not they don't have weight. These are people that. He said what?
Abiante doesn't have weight.
He said what? Why are you shouting?
He said Abiante doesn't have weight.
Which weight now?
They fail at the screening level now.
There's one thing you don't
Chief,
understand.
you don't want the patient.
Because of the interest.
No, but in all honesty, are you sure that there are no questions they asked her? She couldn't
No,
answer.
it's only that side that must pass all of them.
No, Chief, no, please, the patient. I
So
know
where is it
they
that there's only one side that had all
which one side? Those people have been in politics for. These are.
They did their assignment
Okay,
right.
they did the assignment.
Wait, the people that won, they've been in politics.
See, they have been following. See, there are procedures and criteria.
I beg. When did Felix Obua join APC?
It doesn't matter.
Well, it's not when he joined APC. Felix Obua has been there.
When did Felix Obua join APC?
No,
I said politics.
Who are the APC people?
I don't understand.
PDP?
Well, hold on. Felix Obua has been in politics. Ojukai has been in politics.
Will you compare Ojukai and
hold on now. You said one of these will be in politics. Abi,
all of
them were playing in PDP.
No, we are talking about
Ojukai left them in PDP and went to APC with Amechi.
Which people are in APC?
He eventually came back to APC.
Which people formed the APC?
He eventually came back to APC. Yes, now.
Which people formed the APC?
Remain in the APC rather.
He has been
He
in the APC.
But he decided to shift camps to
the
wicked group.
What's the argument now? Please look at my face.
You're calling Felix.
But you know he was correct when he said all of this is party politics.
No, Mama. I don't subscribe to that. I have a different opinion. I have a different opinion.
The only reason why I'm interrogating or interjecting to what Chimede is saying
different opinion.
is because it seems to be deflecting.
No, don't believe my deflection.
When you push here, he jumps to here. And then when he would ask you questions, I even make an attempt to answer his questions because I naturally don't answer those questions. And then I ask him questions, he starts,
I'm responding.
What's that word Mr. Duko say? Prevaricating.
Now,
you do like particles.
This is my microphone. Allow me. Who are these people? Were they prepared? I saw some of them. In fact, I have one in Obia who has been a local government chairman. I saw him with a form, holding it to his face. I said, has he gone to read? This thing is not holding nomination form.
If you call Chijoke, that's a different thing.
I didn't call him.
We know the former local government chairman. Let's call his name.
What I'm trying to say
why are you afraid to call their names? I'm not calling their names.
You should know that he knows I have a way.
So call his name now.
It's not necessary. I don't promote people. You pay for your promotion. So if you want to promote him, well, that is your own case. This place is a public place. I need my name to be promoted. There are names I wouldn't call here. So as you call my party men, now there are procedures. You don't just go for primary. You don't just buy nomination form and be flinging it as if you're photogenic. There are questions behind it.
Are you done, sir?
Now these are people that are good with photography. Photographers. There is a school that takes you, but when once you don't need to start saying, look, once you have a carryover, you have to start writing. It's a training, a long-time training. We have been in the school, and I'm still in the school, informatic school. These people just came from somewhere and bought form as I brandishing it. Some of them had pictures with their nomination form, and I said, look, if after doing all this, what they call it, doing your postcard with your nomination form, then the real exam, we have written mock exam. But what about the real exam?
I take full responsibility.
So please, these are people that are not ready. They were there to take nomination form, and we know their gimmicks.
All right.
Somebody saying from other people. Even the governor is not ready.
I take full responsibility.
Thank you very much for taking
not taking your calls and messages today, as we would have done. We're literally out of time, so I take full responsibility for that. My apologies. It doesn't happen all the time, especially when you have people like in the studio. Okay, few messages. Governor Fubara's woes continues. His supporters' humiliation continue as well. What a history and a time in River State. Mr. Dennis, that's your contribution. Let me read a few so we can race. Okay. In football, a player would be off and the last man will allow him to take the ball to the post, score the goal. That will be when the last man will raise the flag. You mean the linesman, Abi? He's linesman now. It's exactly what INEC is doing by allowing them to play all of their guerrilla game. Then the flag will be raised at the end. Austin George from Rumomoy. Submission of voter register cannot restrict anybody's movement. It's only when you want to contest an election, INEC will verify your membership of the party or parties. The original copies of the registers are still with the parties. A member can move anytime as far as he's not contesting in 2027. You say this is elementary knowledge. Okay, Mr. Law, I read the message. I don't know I'm reading this one again, sir. On this ITK. The Constitution is the ground norm, and freedom of association is not time bound. In my thinking, if you defect from one party to another, you will follow to delist your names from the party's register, but that of the party itself. Ben, I'm so sorry, everyone. We have to go. We're out of time. Thank you all for being part of the conversation today. Living gift on Jamala, private legal practitioner. He left already. Thank you, sir. Daniel Momo, public affairs analyst, strategic planner, and a travel consultant, and a member of the APC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Wadi Chimedem Esquire, legal advisor to the Federal Commissioner to Mr. President on Christian Pilgrimage, South Zone, a temple chief and the voice of our kingdom. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for those that bought nomination form. You can enlarge it now that you have been screened out.
Dr. Paul Wala, Associate Professor, Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. Doctor, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
That's our show. Good morning.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Radio 95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
All right, 32 minutes past 11. This beautiful, really beautiful Monday morning. How's everybody doing? It looks like it's going to be a wet one. But, well, let's see. You know how River State weather usually goes. It might not. Or it might in some places and might not in some places. Anyway, we look forward to beautiful weather and awesome conversations. Of course, the conversations have already started with Kelly giving us bits and bobs from different parts of the world and you guys weighing in. Now you get to weigh in entertainment-wise. Yes, it's Entertainment Today on 95.1 FM. We are Today FM. My name is Dawn.
Now I'm Anastasia Benjamin.
All right, let's get right into it now. For those of you who would like to be part of the show as the conversations progress, of course, you can send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the following number: 0701 9339 962, 0701 9339 962. And have we got a bumper package for you for the next 30 minutes or thereabout, or less than that, of course. We'll start off with a Daily Post and this rather beautiful, she looked good. Her name is Shine Rosman, and she claims, according to the Daily Post, of course, Nollywood producers prioritize beauty over talent. Nollywood actress Shine Rosman has said Nigerian filmmakers prioritize beauty over talent when in terms of casting actresses. Speaking in a recent episode of the Badge and Paul podcast, Rosman said the emphasis on beauty was eroding talents from Nollywood. She said the demand for beauty in Nollywood has led to some actresses undergoing surgeries to enhance their beauties and physiques. So to quote her, majority of Nollywood filmmakers prioritize beauty over talent. There are good directors who regard only talent, to be honest, majority prefer beauty to talent. That is why you see a lot of movie stars doing surgeries to enhance their bodies, she claimed. Rosman said beauty has been so overly glorified rather in the movie industry and Nigerian society in general, to the extent people are denied opportunities for not doing makeups or Brazilian butt lifts, that's BBL. Now, let me be the first, before our in-house baddie gets to say something, let me be the first to say, this is why I hardly watch Nigerian movies.
Why?
Because sometimes you're like, she fine, but what nonsense story are they telling? Now, imagine where someone like Genevieve, I don't think Genevieve has done anything to her body. She brings it. She brings talent and everything to the fore.
As much as talent is important, I feel like beauty is one of those things that is required.
Are you serious?
Seriously, you can't. It's just like modeling. You can't talk about modeling.
But what is
talk
beauty?
About height.
What is beauty?
Beauty is important.
There are actually short models.
I mean, when you think of modeling, the first thing that comes to your mind is height.
Well, not any.
So that's the way I think about film
in this woke
too.
generation.
That's the way I think about film too. You can't want to be an actress and not be beautiful.
Are you serious?
I mean, people even tell you don't have the face. I want to hear cases like that where people be like, "Oh, you don't even have the face to be an actress."
You know what? Everybody is beautiful in their own right.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Are you serious?
That's a lie.
Okay. Hand to God. Can you come out and say, "Ooh, you're ugly, so I can't take you. You're ugly." How will you put it?
Out of etiquette or something, I won't say it's like you're ugly.
You'll just
but
say you're not fit for the role.
I won't tell you you're very beautiful. I won't say, oh wow, you're so gorgeous. Like the way when I'm seeing somebody who's very pretty, I'm like, oh my god, you're very beautiful.
But then what kind of movies would you put out? People who want depth, who want to see talent, who want to see
What makes you
skill.
think that you can't be beautiful and still bring depth? Right now, you make it sound as if one is for the other. No, beauty and talent can also
go together.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be, because I'm talented, I don't have to be beautiful. That's not true.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a standoff. I'm saying everybody's beautiful. And I'm looking at talent more because, there are some movies you watch and you're like, you feel the movie because of what the person's presence. Or do you feel the movie because of the person's beauty? Or dare I say handsomeness? We can include the male folk in this now because it could be said that the more handsome you are, the more roles you get.
These things also sell.
What?
This beauty or whatever, handsomeness is also like a marketing strategy because if you're not beautiful, it won't sell. Like, I don't think anybody's making movie not to sell. Please.
Oh my god! I wanted to ask a very naughty question, but. No. He won the AMVCA, so let me leave him alone. I wanted to ask if you find a particular...
The one that won AMVCA?
One of them. I don't call any name. Handsome or ugly?
that doesn't fall into the category. It's just there. The actors are just there. Like...
So don't you think skill, talent played a bigger role in his casting and how he played his role?
Because that was what was necessary at that point. That's what I'm telling you. You can't put one at the expense of the other, right? Right now, we are not looking at handsomeness, what you're looking at. But if that same role, if it needed to be a very hot, handsome actor,
they would have put a hot, handsome actor.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He wouldn't even make it in the casting list.
Wahala. So, ladies and gentlemen, hey, ugliness day for Nollywood. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Remember, you can be part of the conversation via text, of course, and the WhatsApp message is 0701-933-9962. And let's get into reality TV. Not such a fan of reality TV, but I think it helps to keep us somewhat distracted from the harsh realities of Nigerian life. And what am I talking about? Well, BB Naija announces season 11 audition date. So the Big Brother Naija BB Naija reality TV show is set to return for its 11th season, as the organizers have announced the commencement of auditions. The announcement was made on Saturday via the show's official social media pages. The post reads, "It's time. Hashtag BB Naija season 11 auditions registration is here. Register from 16 to 20 May to qualify for the physical auditions. Limited slots. Registration portal closes at maximum capacity. Link to secure your spot. Bloody blah blah blah." So, Anastasia, do you think it's time for us to be distracted from everyday life, politics, this, that, and the other? Because how is it? And okay, this is a conspiracy theory, not from me. Many folks believe the closer we get to an election,
I don't
then
believe
these
so.
distractions start popping
Nobody
up.
will force you to watch what you don't want to watch. And I don't even think a lot of Nigerians actually watch that stuff like that. I think, like the way everybody makes it feel like, oh, this thing is coming to distract us. I don't think. For me, example, right? I don't watch it, but I follow the highlights. I will never miss a story. That's the kind of thing. And I think a lot of people are in that. Nobody sit down 24 hours just staring
to watch
at
it.
No,
you would be surprised. Okay, here's where I kind of tilt towards the conspiracy theorists. They say 60% of the population, young people. And they also say young people are kind of invested in Big Brother Naija. So to kind of distract them from looking at the nitty-gritty or the depth. All right, let's go with depth. The depth of politics and elections, they pop up things like this so that the young people
political youth who are interested in politics are not even. These are not the this thing. They are not even looking at it. Are you
sure?
I'm serious.
So who's keeping Big Brother Naija in money? Who's keeping them in money?
I don't know, but what I'm trying to say is like
the 60%.
No, the people who are interested in the entertainment are basically doing the entertainment. The people who are interested in politics are doing the politics, right?
All right.
So,
ladies and gentlemen, we have two standoffs now. The first one is their ugliness in Nollywood, and number two, who do you think BB Naija focuses on? Their target audience, Nigerians in general, or the 60% that people say, or rather the stats say are the young people. All right, let's get into, let's see now. Okay, Shine Rosman again. She is saying, I wonder how true this is, but she says, Nollywood actors are not as rich as many assume. That's Shine Rosman. Nollywood actress Shine Rosman has said Nigerian movie stars are not as rich as many assumed. Featuring in a recent podcast hosted by her colleague, Baj Adebule, Rosman said, the most common misconception about Nollywood stars is that they are very rich, which is not entirely true. She explained that contrary to the misconception, a lot of Nollywood actors are struggling financially. She noted that the movie stars who are financially buoyant make most of their money from other ventures. Okay, so quoting her, the most overrated misconception about Nollywood stars is that we have money. I don't know why people assume we have money. Some of us do have money, but from other ventures. But many of us are struggling financially.
I don't think we assume they have money. I don't even think they have money.
But don't you see their lifestyle?
I think they are the one trying to tell us that they have money.
Ladies and gentlemen, miracles do happen. We are on the same page.
I don't think I've never thought about them and be like, oh, this person is very rich. They are the ones always putting the impression in my head that they are rich. So that's what I think.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Do you guys agree? 2 standoffs and 1 agreement. 0701-9339-962. Send your text messages and WhatsApp messages, of course. 0701-9339-962. So is it the celebrities pushing their lifestyle down our throats, making us think that, well, okay, this one hold it and this one hold it, overhaul it? Or, well, are we the ones on the outside thinking on our own without any incentives or any push to think that they have money? All right, let's get to the next story. This is a good one. This will pitch the entertainment industry against the football. Dare I call it the football industry? So according to Scales, he says music money is seasonal, football funds steady. Nigerian singer Scales has shared his opinion on the ongoing debate over who makes more money between footballers and musicians, stating that soccer stars have more stable incomes than their counterparts in the music industry. Speaking in a recent episode of the Groovy Mono show, the Shake Body crooner explained that footballers don't need to be starters for their clubs to make money, but on the contrary, it is only reigning musicians who make lots of money. He also noted that music money is seasonal, while football money is often interrupted for the period of the contract, regardless of any circumstance. So to quote him, he says, football money is greater than music. The difference between music money and football money is that you don't even have to be a big star or a starter in football to make money. But music money is seasonal. An artist can be up today and down tomorrow. Really? Doesn't it apply to footballers as well?
I feel like this is masculine debate. It doesn't suit a female. It doesn't suit a female. Arguing it makes me feel like, what am I?
Okay, wait. We have female footballers, and then we have Thames, we have Ira Star. So
it still doesn't mean like the vibe I'm getting is like this is something men should be arguing.
Are you serious?
Not me, because I don't know.
Okay, so men, Anastasia is throwing it out to you. Who makes more money? The musicians? Is it seasonal, or the footballers? Of course, I do know that football also is season. Well, depending, Premiership League and all of that. Football is also somewhat seasonal. Or maybe the huge endorsements and the transfers, the money they make from transferring them or selling them, as the case may be, might be the reason why, might feel they have so much money. All right, let's get into this last story before we take a short music break and come back. So we have Cubana chief priest is in the news, and I know he's more into entertainment and party lifestyle and all of that, and he threw his hat in the ring. He tried to go into politics. I think he's part of the what's that movement again? City Boy movement or something like that. So he threw his hat in the ring to, he wanted his seat in the House of Representatives. Apparently, he did his thing and only got 14 votes. And then, of course, Sheyi Tinubu was like, it is well, the Lord is thy strength. That's not what he actually said, but I'm just paraphrasing. So now he comes out to say he withdrew from APC ticket race before primaries held. So on Saturday, Cubana failed to clinch the APC's candidacy for the Osu-Olu-Oru East federal constituency seat in the Green Chamber in the 2027 general elections. Canis Moore Wachuku, the incumbent representative of the constituency, who is currently serving his second term, won the primary elections for the party ticket. In a lengthy post on his Instagram story, the socialite said he was not physically present at the polling venue for the primary poll. Cubana added that he had pulled out of the race and returned to Lagos a few hours before the voting commenced, following consultations with party leaders over zoning arrangements in the federal. Do you believe him?
I feel like he's trying to cover his shame.
Like,
so he's trying to go back slowly. He doesn't want that dramatic.
What's that thing they say? Emotional damage.
So that's what he's trying to do right now.
Oh my word. Oh well, all right. So good one. He's licking his wounds and trying to save face. That's the consensus in here. Oh wow. So on all the stories, we have 2 agreements and then 1 indifference, because you said you're not interested in football, and then 2 standoffs. So from all you guys have heard, let's get your thoughts, your comments, but let's take a short break first. When we come back, yes, it's back to Entertainment Today. conversation. Now, speaking of the next conversation, you can go and be part of said conversation via our Facebook page. We have a post running up there. Now, those of you who love boxing, Tyson Fury, I'm not a boxing fan, Sha. I love sports, but not the kind of sports you guys like. So, Tyson Fury's daughter, Venezuela, she's 16. And according to People magazine, she shows off her wedding ring after marrying amateur boxer Noah Price. All right, so let's get a bit of context. On Sunday, May 17th, heavyweight boxing champion Tyson Fury's eldest daughter, 16, and her new husband, amateur boxer Noah Price, posted on Instagram photos of themselves showing off their wedding rings moments after tying the knot. The couple who got married on Saturday, May 16, was snapped sitting together in the back of a car, raising their hands to reveal their wedding jewelry. That obviously means that a 16-year-old got married to an 18-year-old, and the world isn't up in arms like, why? I have some thoughts. First of all, I first wondered maybe she got emancipated. In America, you could decide, my parents are being too hard on me. Legally, they're worrying me, this and that and the other. You go to court and say, please, I'd like to be emancipated, which means you want to be removed from their control so you can do whatever you want. Now, the court will obviously look at the circumstance and then decide whether you should or should not. Unfortunately, it wasn't emancipation. Actually, what happened was that they went to the Isle of Man. Now, the Isle of Man is under the British monarchy, but they are not ruled or legislated by the UK Parliament. They have their laws and this and that. And according to their laws, with parental consent, at age 16, you can marry. Anastasia?
And that's 16. What brings me to this question. You know what? We argued this thing of, and I was telling you, like, this is not right? If one place is saying this is illegal and then another place saying it's not illegal, that brings us the question of why do we make law if it can ban at one end and then can't ban at the other end? Then that brings the credibility of the law is not genuine, because right now it's not about the fact that a 16-year-old is a minor. Yeah. It's about the fact that a 16-year-old the decision is not about a 16-year-old now. It's about the law itself. Right. Well,
but what if it's a culture? Because, we found out that they were gypsies, and gypsies get married early. So what if it's a cultural thing? So they had to find a place where they could be allowed to get married at that age. Or it's one rule for the rich and another rule for the poor. Because how many poor people can get up and travel to the Isle of Man just so that they can marry? It could also be that. What do you think?
I just think this is unsettling for me. I feel some type of way about it. But then again, I mean, the law says it's okay. Yes, you understand? So who am I to question the law?
But you know one funny thing? 16 and 18, are you mentally ready for marriage? Marriage is you get into it without having read the books. It's like writing an exam you didn't study for. So, I wish them well, but I don't know. I don't know if, you know what, let me not even say that. I wish them well. But what do you guys think? Do you think this is legal? Do you think the Isle of Man should change their laws? Do you think it's double standard, seeing as Anastasia and myself off the mic, we're talking about Sharia law and all of that. Of course, we do know that Sharia has tried to bring in one or two modern frameworks into their laws by saying, okay, when the child hits puberty or when the child reaches an age of maturity, they try to, stay away to a certain degree from ages 9, 12, 14. So, there is that coloration. But do you guys agree this is legal or illegal or a double standard? Remember the numbers 0701 9339 962 0701 9339 962. Send your WhatsApp messages and your text messages and we'll take them. All right, Anastasia, do we have any takers?
Yes, we do have a couple of messages here. So, starting with the football, someone said footballers make more money than musicians by far. It's not even something that is up for debate. Whether you play for a team that is not even recognized, you're on the pitch or you are on a bench all season, you're on injury or even at the end of season over and they are on break, footballers still get their pay. As for Chief Priest, him failure on our water. Johnson
Oh,
from
that's a low blow. What?
Okay, on WhatsApp, there's a message here. Good morning, damsels in the studio. Footballers make more money than artists. Anastasia sounds like Annie Dubia. That's a compliment. And I'm so much in love with her voice. Thank you. I hope to see her soon. Chine Miriam Sylvester George from Ajib Estate. Thank you. There's another one here. Says, good morning. I don't get your colleague there. I guess I'm the one he's talking to. What contradiction. Nigeria is known for poverty and talent in the midst of it. Now the show business is living our reality and trying to reflect the Western society and their beauty. And you wonder why Nigerian movie is not as global as our music, which happen to reflect our reality. And someone says it's cool. Error. What the world wants to see is our reality in our movies, not the makeup and the pretentious glam. Thanks, I am a boss. Do you really think Nigerian movies have glams? I don't even think there's any. When we talk about glam,
they do.
Where? Which
have you watched? I think it stems from. This is my opinion. Please, I'm not bashing anybody's film, but I think it stems from poverty mentality. If you watch some of these epic movies where they are kings and queens, and you see the way they are dressed and staying at home with high heel shoes and they're drinking juice, and you're like, in which world do you wake up in the morning and you wear koi shoes?
That is what they want us to keep acting. That's why they don't want them to be beautiful. Because seriously, that's the point. I will not watch that kind of movie.
When I look at this epic movie, I'm like, you woke up. And
lipstick, Wedding Party. You saw the film Wedding Party.
Yes, okay.
That was really beautiful. We saw a beautiful actress doing their thing.
Is that our reality too?
Wedding Party,
the opulence and the elegance. It was nice to see.
But the thing is, like, we don't like to embrace that these things actually happen because we always wish we are the one. So when it's not us, you are feeling like, you don't understand. But these things happen. Wealthy people exist in Nigeria. There's money and people are living in affluence. So
all right. Well, good on you, Nollywood. Good on you. I'll only be watching select movies, that's for sure. Donald Azubike Wardu says, it depends on the country's... Okay, you're referring to the marriage thing. It depends on the country's law, which states the age of legality. Example, when to vote, maybe where they are 16 years is the legal age. Yeah, Isle of Man. Yeah, the Isle of Man doesn't see anything wrong with you getting married at the age of 16, but there must be parental consent. Oh, unfortunately, this is where we have to bring the show to a close. I don't think we can use 1 minute to touch anything. Okay. All right. So we'll do this again tomorrow. We had some other topics that we didn't touch, so we'll just push them to tomorrow. And, you decide. Agree with Anastasia, agree with myself, Dawn, or disagree, or be indifferent. Tomorrow will tell. I've been Dawn Wilson.
And I am Anastasia Benjamin.
Thank you, and enjoy what's left of Monday.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, A reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Don Wilson. The headlines. ADC appoints former Cross River State Governor Leah Limoke and Abdul Fattah Ahmed to head presidential primary committees. Court grants 100 million naira bail to former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. EFCC arrests students of Community Secondary School Rumilumini over alleged internet fraud. And on the foreign scene, Malian army drone strikes kill 10 civilians ahead of traditional wedding. Now the details. Leader of the Senate, Okpeyemi Bamidele, has condemned the abduction of 87 students and teachers in Borno and Oyo states within 24 hours, describing the attacks as a direct assault on Nigeria's future. Bamidele, who also serves as vice chairman of the Senate Committee on the Review of the 1999 Constitution, said the incidents underscored the urgent need to establish state police as part of efforts to strengthen the country's security architecture. In a statement by his Directorate of Media and Public Affairs, the Senate leader and the National Assembly was already at an advanced stage in the constitutional amendment process to pave the way for state police, adding that the proposal would soon be transmitted to state houses of assembly for approval. He urged state governments and legislatures to treat the proposal as a matter of national importance rather than subjecting it to partisan or ethno-religious interests. Bamidele also called on both federal and state governments to fully implement the Safe School Initiative as an immediate response to growing insecurity in schools and the rising number of out-of-school children, currently estimated at 18.3 million nationwide. According to him, the National Assembly would, upon resumption of plenary on June 2, fast-track pending legislative measures aimed at addressing insecurity, including amendments to the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022. The African Democratic Congress has appointed former Cross River State Governor Leah Limoke and former Kwara State Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed to lead key committees for its forthcoming presidential primaries. According to a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, Imoke will chair the Presidential Screening Committee, while Ahmed will head the Presidential Election Committee. The Presidential Screening Committee will also include CID Madwa Boom as Secretary, Nena Elendu Ukeje, Professor David Salifu, and Colonel Abubakar Chiroma as members. For the governorship primaries, the ADC approved 2 separate screening panels and 2 appeal committees, stating that the committees were carefully constituted to ensure transparency, credibility, fairness, and internal democracy throughout the conduct of its primaries. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has announced the closure of the sale and collection of expression of interest and nomination forms for the office of the president ahead of the 2027 general election, while extending the deadline for aspirants seeking tickets for other elective positions. In a statement issued in Abuja and signed by the party's National Secretary, Ikenna Enekwezu, the party said the new deadline for the collection of expression of interest forms for state houses of assembly, House of Representatives, Senate and governorship aspirants had been shifted from 6 p.m. on Sunday, May 17 to 12 midnight on Sunday, May 24. The party explained that screening of aspirants who have completed their forms will run from Tuesday, May 19 to Tuesday, May 26, while the collection and return of nomination forms for cleared aspirants will take place between May 20 and May 26. It warned that no further extension will be granted and urged strict compliance with the timetable. According to the statement, aspirants must appear for screening and pre-qualification interviews with required documents in 6 copies, including educational certificates, birth certificate or declaration of age, passport photographs, voter's card, membership card, and CV. The party said the screening would consider factors such as competence, character, capacity, and the wishes of the electorate, while also incorporating its affirmative action policy for women, youths, and persons with disabilities, and encouraging consensus building among aspirants. The Federal High Court in Abuja has granted bail to former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, setting the sum at 100 million naira with one surety in like amount. Delivering the ruling, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik ordered that the surety must reside in either the Maitama or Asokoro districts of Abuja and provide the original certificate of occupancy, COO, for a landed property to be deposited at the court registry. The court further directed that the surety must be a federal civil servant, not below grade level 17, and submit evidence of salary payments for at least 3 months, verified by a bank manager's letter within the court's jurisdiction. As part of the bail conditions, the court directed that El-Rufai deposit all valid international passports with its registry and comply with further documentation requirements, including a verification letter from the surety's immediate department and a tax clearance certificate covering the last 6 months. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik also ordered El-Rufai to report monthly to the headquarters of the Department of State Services DSS on the last Friday of every month by 10 a.m. to sign an attendance register, warning that failure to comply would result in automatic revocation of bail. The court further required a letter of attestation from the chairman of the Kaduna Traditional Council and directed an accelerated hearing of the charges brought against him by the federal government. The national leadership of the All Progressives Congress APC has released the list of aspirants cleared and disqualified for senatorial primary elections ahead of the 2027 general elections in Rivers State. According to the list, Felix Ubwa was cleared to contest for Rivers West Senatorial District, while Allwell Unyeso was cleared for Rivers East. Barry Nwara and Osaro Saka Ebenezer were cleared for Rivers Southeast Senatorial District. The party, however, disqualified Ojukaye Amakri, Tamuno Baabo Danagogo, and Jack Rich Tien from contesting for Rivers West Senatorial District. Former Deputy Governor Ipalibo Banigo was also not cleared for the same district. In a statement issued by the APC State Publicity Secretary Chibike Ikenga, the party announced that the senatorial primary election is scheduled to hold on Monday. He advised aspirants and party members to comply with the guidelines and decisions released by the party leadership. Ikenga said the clarification was necessary to properly guide party members and prevent confusion ahead of the primaries. Meanwhile, a lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Goodluck Uke, has expressed support for provisions of the Electoral Act that bar candidates from defecting to another political party after losing primary elections. Speaking with Today FM's Priye Izogu, Uke said the provision would help strengthen Nigeria's electoral system by encouraging party loyalty and political discipline among aspirants and party members. According to him, some politicians often defect to rival parties after losing primaries in an attempt to weaken their former political structures. He noted that such actions usually create unnecessary tension and internal. He added that political maturity requires aspirants to place party interests above personal ambition. Okay, further advise politicians and party supporters to understand that politics should not be treated as a do-or-die affair, but as an avenue for service and democratic participation.
It enables politicians not to defect indiscriminately, not to defect when they fail to get their party ticket. If you have observed, when politicians don't get the ticket ticket of their political party, they defect and then causing chaos in the other political party they are emerging, because by that time there are already people who have been nursing their ambition in their newfound political party, thereby displacing them, which also causes internal disunity in that party. As for the party they are leaving, it shows that they are not loyal to the party. They are not driven by the party's ideology. So politicians should learn to play the game by the rule, by ensuring that they get the ticket of their political party, by being loyal to the leadership of the party, and also having grassroots support from the members of the political party at all levels.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. A high-level security meeting involving the Akpo Youth Assembly, leaders of the Hausa and Fulani communities, and the Nigeria Police has been held in Akpo Kingdom, Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. The security parley took place at the Akpo Palace and followed concerns over alleged disobedience to constituted authorities, as well as recurring clashes between some residents and indigents of the kingdom. Community leaders said the meeting was convened to strengthen peace and improve cooperation among all groups living in the area. Speaking with Today FM correspondent Ayiba Priye Ogunu, President General of the Akpo Youth Assembly, Wale Azubike, said the gathering was aimed at addressing rising violence and criminal activities while also promoting understanding between residents and members of the Hausa Fulani community. He stressed the need for all groups to work together to maintain peace and stability in the kingdom.
We're here to see how we can tie the knot so that those activities that has to do with killing, stealing, maiming will be stopped. So we are so happy and super elated that the persons involved lend their voice on how to mitigate and cushion this effect. It is what doing, they say security is every person's business. But for we at all levels, and we'll do everything humanly possible and ensuring that there's a lasting peace in our domain.
Also speaking, the president of Oganuru Wunu Akpo, Obinuchi Vincent Wali, stated that Akpo people are known for their hospitality and peaceful disposition, which is why people from different ethnic groups are welcomed into the community. He, however, warned that anyone found engaging in acts capable of threatening peace and security would face the full weight of the law.
It's discussed at length every matter concerning. They're here to do business, and we are very, very open to that. As a hospitable kingdom, we want them to do their business very, very well. But in a case where they go contrary to what is agreed, we think that we are going to show them the back door. So from all that we have done here, there's a serious and a good agreement, and we have resolved to work together and to continue with this spirit.
In his response, leader of the Hausa community, Suleiman Ubali, assured residents that members of the Hausa and Fulani communities are committed to working with local leaders and security agencies to sustain peace and improve security within Akpo Kingdom.
I'm the Hausa community leader in this part of Obiakpo local government and Degima local government, Emoha local government area, also Ikwele local government. We have agreed with the community that by the special grace of God, we are going to work hand in hand to make sure we sanitize the area, fish out the bad element, and by the grace of God, we are going to cooperate together and we are going to sanitize the Akpo Kingdom.
Two students of Rumelumeni Community Secondary School in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State have reportedly been arrested by operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over alleged involvement in internet fraud, popularly known as Yahoo Yahoo. Today, FM correspondent reports that operatives of the Anti-Graft Agency in Port Harcourt, acting on a tip-off and intelligence gathering, stormed the residence of the suspects at Mpo village, where they reportedly jumped over the fence to gain access to the compound. An eyewitness disclosed that the EFCC operatives forced their way into the apartment and arrested the suspects alongside several electronic gadgets allegedly linked to fraudulent activities. The suspects were also alleged to own expensive vehicles and were known for displaying large sums of money within the school environment, a development said to have earned them both admiration and special attention from both students and some teachers. When contacted, the head of media and publicity of the EFCC, Dele Oyewale, said he would verify details surrounding the arrest and provide further information to newsmen. On the foreign scene, at least 10 civilians have been killed after drone strikes by the Malian army hit a village in the central San region as residents prepared for a traditional mass wedding ceremony. Local sources said the strikes targeted a procession of motorcycles moving in succession, which likely attracted the attention of military drones. The attack comes amid worsening insecurity in Mali following intensified assaults by jihadist groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Tuareg separatist fighters against the ruling military junta. The country has faced renewed violence since April when the Group for the Support of Islam and Muslims, JNIM, allied with the Azawad Liberation Front, FLA, to launch coordinated offensives on military positions across the country. The attacks carried out on April 25 and 26 reportedly killed Mali's influential defense minister and led to the capture of several northern towns, including Kidal, now controlled by separatist and jihadist forces. Mali has battled a prolonged security crisis since 2012, driven by extremist insurgencies, separatist movements, and organized criminal groups operating across the Sahel region. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The ADC has appointed former Cross River State Governor Leah Limoke and Abdul Fattah Ahmed to head its presidential primary committees. The Federal High Court in Abuja has granted 100 million naira bail to former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. We told you that the EFCC has arrested 2 students of the community secondary school in Rumelumini over alleged internet fraud. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that Malian army drone strikes killed at least 10 civilians ahead of a traditional wedding. And that was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook, Today 95.1 FM, Instagram, Today FM 951, X, Today FM 951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today 95.1 FM. I am Dawn Wilson. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Long time no see you, which one you do? Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shoko so say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere we did Agnes roofing product, go find you come, our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, glass, bond, wood shake, and roman. Don't forget saying that Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer. Agnes one more data tooth powder. Nice to carry this product enter market to Wakaskele Wukali as until enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equator Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bigbo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N West Expressway. Ositema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816-719-5073 or 0811-201-2831 or 0803-500-5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
Welcome to Echoes from Heaven with Nathaniel Osawi. Be blessed as you listen.
Praise the Lord. I want to welcome you to another episode of this program. In the past episodes, we have been looking at the work of Christ. First of all, we looked at the fall of man and how man lost the glory of God, how man lost the privilege that God gave him at creation. Man lost everything when he fell, when he disobeyed God. We saw the importance of Christ's death and the purpose for which Jesus went to the cross. And we saw that the purpose for which Jesus went to the cross was to restore fully everything that man lost, was to restore the glory and the privilege that man lost. When God, in Genesis chapter 1 from verse 26, the Bible says God blessed man, and God said to him, be fruitful, multiply, and God pronounced blessings upon man. But when man disobeyed God and listened to the voice of the devil and listened to the voice of Satan, man lost that blessing. And I want to let you know that Satan is still in that business today of deceiving people. The way he deceived Eve, he's still in the business of deceiving men today. Man lost the blessing that God pronounced upon him when he listened to the voice, when he listened to the voice of the devil. He listened to the voice of his wife, who had listened to the voice of the devil. Man lost the blessing that God pronounced upon man. And I said, the way the devil appeared to the woman in the garden and deceived her and made her go against the word of God, and the woman listened to the voice of the devil. And I said the devil is still going about that today, deceiving people and trying to turn them away from God, trying to make them go contrary to the instruction, the commandments of God. And every time you listen to the voice of the devil, every time you follow the voice of Satan, I want to let you know that you are losing something. You are losing something every time you listen to the voice of Satan. When Eve listens to that voice in Genesis chapter 3, the entire humanity lost the blessing that God had pronounced upon man. Every time today that people listen to the voice of Satan, which suggests to them to go to go contrary to the commandments of God, they lose something very precious. It's just that they do not realize it immediately. They do not realize that they lose something, and the devil knows. That is why he always comes to try to tempt us, make us do things, act in disobedience to God, because he knows that disobedience robs us of the blessing and the privilege that God has bestowed upon us. We didn't stop there. We also began to look at what Christ did on the cross. Christ overturned everything that the enemy did. In Genesis chapter 3 verse 15, after the man had fallen and lost the glory and the blessing of God, God said to the devil, he said, he gave a prophecy concerning Jesus Christ, that Jesus, the seed of the woman, will bruise the head of the serpent that had robbed man of his blessing and his glory. God looked ahead to Calvary, when Christ will go there, sacrifice his life on that cross, and he will give a fatal blow to the devil. He said, you will bruise his heel. That's the crucifixion. But that's not where to stop. It says he will bruise your head. He will bruise the head of the serpent. He will bruise the head of the devil. He will bruise the head of Satan. And that was what Jesus did on the cross. He bruised the head of Satan. He broke the power of Satan. And I want to let you know, by virtue of what Christ did on the cross, his death, burial, and resurrection, Jesus brought blessing. The blessing that man lost was restored. Yes, Jesus, everything that man lost when man disobeyed God, it was fully restored through the sacrifice of Jesus on the cross. In Galatians chapter 3, from verse 14, from verse 13, it says, Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. Be made a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone that hangeth on a tree. Verse 14, that the blessing of Abraham might come on the Gentiles through Jesus Christ, that we might receive the promise of the Spirit through faith. When God made man, God pronounced blessing. He says, be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth, have dominion, subdue the earth. It was authority that God placed on man. The Bible says God blessed man. God pronounced blessing upon man. God released the blessing upon man. But man lost that blessing. But I want you to know that in Christ Jesus, blessing is restored. In Christ Jesus, the curse is removed. The curse that came as a result of disobedience. The curse that came as a result of sin. It was sin that brought curse into this earth. But the Bible says Jesus has redeemed us from that curse. The curse of the law, the laws of God that we broke. The curse that came as a result of it. You know, when Eve disobeyed, God had given Adam and Eve a commandment. It says, you shall not eat of this tree. They disobeyed that commandment. They disobeyed that law. And as a result of that, a curse came in. But the Bible says Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. The curse that comes as a result of breaking the laws and the commandments of God, which every one of us at one point or the other in our lives, we have been guilty of. There's a curse that is pronounced upon mankind as a result of sin and disobedience. But the Bible says in Christ Jesus, that curse is taken away. In that same Galatians chapter 3, in verse 9. Look at it. Galatians chapter 3, verse 9. It says, so then, okay, I read from verse 8. Galatians 3 from verse 8. And the scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, in thee shall all nations be blessed. Now look at verse 9. It says, so then they which be of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham. Those people who have faith in Christ Jesus, they are blessed the way Abraham was blessed. If you have faith in Christ Jesus, you have believed in Jesus, you have repented of your sins, hear the word of God. It says you are blessed just the way Abraham was blessed. There is no curse in your life. I say it again, Galatians chapter 3 verse 9. It says, so then they which be of faith are blessed. Let me ask you a question. Can a person be blessed and cursed at the same time? That's not possible. It's not possible. He says, they which be of faith in Christ Jesus. Every person that is of faith in Christ Jesus, that is, who has repented of his sins and has believed in Jesus, has put his faith in Christ. Of course, there is no faith in Jesus without repentance. It is repentance toward God and faith towards our Lord Jesus Christ. That's what Paul preached in Acts. Repentance toward God and faith towards Jesus Christ. The two go together. So when it says faith there, it also implies repentance. It says they which be of faith, that is, those who have placed their faith in Christ Jesus, who have repented of their sins. It says they are blessed. If you have repented of your sins and you have put your faith in Jesus Christ, you have a relationship, a personal relationship with Him, you have turned away from sin. Here, the word of God says you are blessed with faithful Abraham. There's no curse in your life. The curse that came at the fall of man, Christ has taken it away. Christ has removed your curse. The child of God is not under any curse. There's nothing like ancestral curse. There's nothing like generational curse for the child of God. The curse is removed. It says, they that be somebody who is blessed, somebody who is of faith in Christ Jesus is cursed, when the word of God says he is blessed. Look at it. In Proverbs chapter 10, verse 6. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 6. Look at what the Bible says. It says, blessings are upon the head of the just. Those that have been justified by faith in Jesus Christ, they have repented of their sins, they have believed in the Lord Jesus, they have received Jesus as their Lord and Savior. The Bible says blessings are upon their head. Curse is not upon the head of the child of God. If you are born again, I don't mean just going to church. If you know you are truly born again and you have repented of your sins, hear it today. There's no curse in your life. You may have problems. You may have challenges. Who doesn't have problems? Abraham was blessed. He had challenges. For 25 years, he didn't have a child. But that did not change the fact that he was a blessed man. Joseph was blessed, but he was in prison. It didn't change the fact that he was a blessed man. You may have problems, you child of God. You may have problems. You may have challenges. But it doesn't change the fact that you are blessed. The blessing of God is upon the life of every child of God. The Bible says Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law. I don't care. It doesn't matter the challenges of your life. Challenges are not an indication that you are cursed. It is the sinner that is cursed. Yes. For the child of God, the Bible says blessings are upon the head of the just. Blessings are upon the head of the righteous man. What the righteous man carries is blessing. A righteous man does not carry a curse. I'll show you several scriptures. I'm not the one saying it, it's the word of God. I've shown you Proverbs 10 verse 6. Now see Psalm chapter 3 verse 8. Salvation belongeth unto the Lord. Thy blessing is upon thy people. Salvation belongs to the Lord. And he says his blessing is upon his people. The people of God carry blessing. They don't carry curse. Why? Because Christ has redeemed us from every curse. Christ has redeemed us. It is the sinner that is cursed. The child of God, the Bible says, your blessing is upon your people. If you are not a child of God, if you do not have God as your father, if you are not a child of God, you are not born of God. And the Bible says, if you are born of God, you will not be committing sin. 1 John chapter 3. Whosoever is born of God does not commit sin. If you are a child of God, the Bible says the blessing of God is upon his people. It is those who are not his people that are cursed. If you are a child of God, if you belong to the family of God, if you have been born into the family of God, there's no curse in your life. You may have challenges. You may have troubles. But no. Christ has redeemed you from your curses. The Bible says, many are the afflictions of the righteous. Even the righteous man who is blessed, he may have challenges, he may have afflictions. It does not change the fact that he is blessed. It is the sinner that is cursed. It is the person who is living in sin that is cursed. As we go on, there's no time. As we go on, next week, I will still show you that for the believer, you have been redeemed from every curse. Christ has taken away your curse. It is the sinner that is cursed. The curse of God, the Bible says it is in the house of the thief. It is in the house of the sinner. The Bible says in Psalm chapter 3 verse 8, thy blessing, O Lord, is upon thy people. If you are a child of God, if you are a member of the family of God, I want you to know it today, that the blessing of God is on your life. The blessing of God is on you. Why? Because Christ has redeemed you from every curse. It is the person who does not know God. It is the sinner that is cursed by his life. There's a curse of God. There's a curse. If you are not born again, if you are living in sin, don't worry, I will show you next week from the word of God that you are carrying a curse. You are a cursed person. But the child of God has been redeemed from every curse.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This na the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
The World Health Organization don declare Ebola outbreak for the Democratic Republic of Congo a public health emergency of international concern. The agency said the outbreak for DR Congo Eastern Ituri province no meets the criteria of pandemic emergency. This now even though it don't get around 246 suspected cases and 80 reported deaths. So wetin we know where they happen for ground now? Well, this new strain of Ebola they caused by Bundibugyo virus, and the health agency say it no get any approved drugs or vaccines. The global health body wants say waiting they happen big pass outbreak, and currently it pass waiting them they report with significant risk of local and regional spread. Early symptoms include fever, muscle pain, fatigue, headache, and sore throat, and it is followed by vomiting, diarrhea, a rash, and bleeding. WHO talk say 8 laboratory confirmed cases of the virus done day with other suspected cases and deaths across 3 health zones. Then confirm say 1 case of the virus for the capital Kinshasa. They believe say now from 1 patient will be returned from Ituri. The Global Health Agency adds say the virus done they spread beyond DR Congo as 2 confirmed cases they reported for neighboring Uganda. Ugandan officials say 1 59-year-old man will die on Thursday may test positive for the virus. WHO they consider countries which share border with DR Congo as high risk sake of trade and travel. Around 15,000 people don't die from the virus for African countries over the last 50 years. Enter our website for bbcpidgin.com for more story, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media, including our TikTok and WhatsApp channel.
That's not the breakdown from BBC Pidgin.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International, go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system as a result of invasion of Staphylococcus bacteria into the body system. Staphylococcal bacteria are of 3 different important ones. There is Staphylococcus saprophyticus, there is Staphylococcus aureus, and Staphylococcus epidermidis. Staphylococcus epidermidis is seen on body layers, that is on the skin. It doesn't cause any challenge if immunity is not compromised. But if immunity is compromised, it can result to skin challenges like boils, blisters, and other problems. Staphylococcus saprophyticus can be found easily in the alimentary canal. But if there is no challenge or immunity being compromised, it can live with the body system without causing any problem. The last one, which do attack the body system of human beings, is Staphylococcus aureus. When Staphylococcus aureus is allowed to thrive, whether as a result of immunity being compromised, definitely it is possible for it to pose a serious challenge to the body system. Many things can lower the immunity, part of which can be infections that have stayed too long in the body system, can also lower body's immunity. Malnutrition can lower body's immunity, and at times stress, starvation, and other things can make immunity to become very lowered to the extent that organisms that are able to live in the body system without causing any challenge will now start posing challenge to the body system. Don't forget that drug abuse also have a lot to play under this condition. And when staphylococcal infections are able to thrive in the body system, there can be burning sensation that will be seen as internal heat. There can be serious night sweat that can start draining the body system, and you discover that you start emaciating, you start losing weight. It is possible, as you have lost volumes of water, to affect the blood volume. As a man, the ability of a man to satisfy his woman will disappear from that. When infections are able to thrive in the body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection is able to thrive very well in the body system, the whole immunity can be affected. Hormonal system can also change, leading to serious challenges that can even lead to infertility, whether primary or secondary, in women, as the case may be. If one is faced with anything related to what we have mentioned or other things, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For further inquiries, the number you can call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you.
All right.